welcome one and all back to Viterbo. It is day 2 of round 3 of the Champions of the Future Academy program, and in this majestic part of the Italian peninsula, we are set, ready to do battle once more. Time qualifying was a very interesting session with 3 brand new pole sitters today, meaning the racing will be far different than what we saw yesterday. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland in the commentary box, ready to take you through the live action that we will see in, once again, 30-plus degree heat, not a cloud in the sky, ready for this one here. The Leopard circuit for Turbo. It was redeveloped, reopened back in 2025, but its history spans many, many years. Event record now even faster. Michael Zion's putting in a 53.673. No one has put that time in, but that is the time that we're expecting to go even faster. But the drivers themselves and the track itself, a very different story as well, with 1,294 metres. It's 165 down the start-finish straight. It's 170 down the infield straight towards turn 12. Around nice 10 metres wide, 6 metres of elevation change from the lowest part of the circuit down at turn number 1 to the highest up at turn number 10. And that appropriately brings me on to those turns as well. There are 16 of them, 10 to the right, 6 to the left, and 2 hairpins out there. Each and every one of these turns is fierce and flowing, but many of them overtaking opportunities. We do see them in towards turns 5, into turns 1, into turn 6, as well as turns 12, and of course, in through 13, 14, and 15 as well. We saw 1 or 2 attempts around turn 16. They didn't end up too well for 1 or 2 drivers. Top speed drivers topping out around 110 kilometres an hour in the senior class in towards turns 1 and 12. They'll average around 80 kilometres an hour around the entirety of the lap. It is a fast circuit, but it is tight, it is narrow, and it is dubbed the Mini Monaco of Italian karting. Welcome one and all from around the world. If you are joining us, if it's early in the morning, good morning. If it's late at night, good evening. If it's in the middle of the day, have a good lunch. As we get ready to go racing, it's the first qualifying heat that will be joining us for the moment, and it is OK Junior, the first race to hit the day. Nicole, I'm looking forward to this one. Brand new pole sitters, brand new style of racing that we're going to see.
Absolutely are. So we've seen 6 different pole sitters over the course of this weekend then, and within this session it will be Nicolo Perico there on your screens taking the honours. There he is then, just given the last sort of boosts of confidence by not his zone mechanic, but mechanic further in the background, Harrison there, just saying good luck to Nicolo as he does get ready to get perched within the seat then. The young Mercedes junior driver who is back with us then this weekend in the Champions of the Future Academy programme for the first time since 2025. He'll be starting alongside then Axel Nocom for this run of qualifying heats. Nocom, just like Nicolo Perico, is a consistent driver within this series. We see him time and time again, but we didn't see him at the front yesterday. He had a very difficult day. He's there on your screen with mechanic of Kyle Moore, just like Perico was, being given those last-minute words of advice for this circuit, which is a challenge in itself for these drivers. 1.2 kilometres in race distance, boasts 6 opposite directions of travel, as Dan Ashton will be your deputy race director to control everything that goes on during that.
I call it 8 direction changes.
I call it 6.
You call it 6. That's fair to say, but I say it's 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go.
It depends where you stand.
It does depend on where you stand, and I'm apparently standing in a very weird place to see 8.
In a very specific
narrow
angle.
At a very specific angle, there's 8. In a normal angle, it's 6. Yes, yeah, indeed. Right, first race of the day coming up very, very soon. OKN Junior Heat 1, and there you can see the hats going on, very much needed today. It is mighty, mighty warm.
I'm really surprised that some people are sat out there, actually sat on that grandstand, because it's a metal grandstand. And we are not telling any fibs when we tell you that it's incredibly, incredibly hot out there. It's currently 29 degrees and only 20 minutes past 11, as off the grid there, just struggling to get into life, was Devon Titz, the other Mercedes young junior driver that has joined us for his first appearance this weekend in the Champions of the Future Academy International Series. Of course, we have seen Tits out in the UK series at PFI a couple of months ago. But here we go then. First OKN Junior qualifying heat of the day.
Indeed, and it starts with Nicolo Perico on pole position. He is joined by Axel Nocom. Those two yet to race this season in this category. Benjamin Poulsen and Joaquin Galero having a very good qualifying today. They put themselves on the second row of the grid ahead of Julia Angelard and Mitanj Jain on row number 3. Mick Klinkers and Aran Qureshi go from row number 4. There we'll see Devon Tits and Miyazaki on row 5. Andy Stewart and Alonso Gonzalez, they take row number 6. Johnson Stewart starts right behind his sister, with Zoltan Koini starting alongside Lauren Shahinaj and David Vasquez, who round out the first half of the field.
Row number 9 hosts Stanislav Bogorowski alongside Manuel Kalendi. And from row number 10, your top 20, it's Anais Soriano with a good qualifying yet again for her, starting with Enzo Stanbao. 11, it's Christian Feyland with Marco Miglueda, and then from 12, Ollie Brunt will see Dia Islami. Jemmy Errett and Vanias Zalfovifikis own row number 13, and 14, Atika Mir. Completely different qualifying session for Mir compared to what she had yesterday when she polled it. She'll be starting alongside Alessandro Gonzalez. 15th row, penultimate row of your field, it's Max Laufer and Abdina El Mahidi. And then from your 16th and final for Czechia, it's Adela Preserva.
Indeed. So drivers slowly making their way past our commentary box position here on the circuit. We look directly over the start-finish line here at the Leopard circuit for Viterbo, and the field going cautiously quite slow here at the start of this race to try and get temperature into those tyres. Air temperature at 30, track temperature I can imagine is probably in and around the 50 degrees at the moment. The sun beating down on the track right now. It is a very warm day once again, but humidity levels relatively low out there, which means it is a dry heat for them. And so far, the action has been very, very close indeed. But final winner from yesterday, Nicolo Perico, putting himself back on pole position here. But a brand new contender to deal with in the form of Axel Nocom. Yesterday's contender, Atika Mir, not getting the qualifying earlier on. And right down there in the field on the 27th spot of the grid. That is the biggest shock in the story this weekend for the junior category. We're approaching the red line now on the circuit. No overtaking permitted beyond this point. They can obviously get to 2x2 rolling start formation, but no gaining any places in this section. Right then, this is going to be, I can imagine, an exciting one. Different story to tell here, but Perico, honestly, is in a really good position here. Had strong getaways yesterday, did the young Italian, and now, of course, has got that inside pole side of the grid towards turn 1. There's a gap between Nocom and Galero. Hopefully that's closed up. It is closed up now as they go very cautiously round the final turn as the speed raises up. Are we racing? Answer's yes. It's lights out, fights on. It's a great start for Nocom there, but Perico with the inside line will get the benefit, and does get the benefit out of turns 1 and 2 as they climb the hill for the first time. First major braking zone then, coming up quick. It's turn number 5. We see plenty of action here, and it's no different today, but all the meanwhile, everyone nearly gets through, but one driver straight through the barriers there at turn 5. And who's not come through? Alessandro Gonzalez and Abdullah El Majidi have not come through. And they have had a terrible start to their race.
Axel Nocom there, not giving up on the chase for Perico. He did try and hang it round the outside and managed to slot things through and stay in that second spot. Devon Tits in the midfield section looking to try and push his way through as Nicolo Perico has not been allowed to be released from the hands of Axel Nocom, Benjamin Poulsen either just yet. Under the start-finish gantry, these drivers will complete their first lap. It's Perico out there clean and dry in the front again. We would expect him to do that with that pace, but Nocom, and it's Mitanj Jain, in fact, in that third spot with 3 places gained already. And you were absolutely correct out there then, Anthony. Alessandro Gonzalez and Abdina El Mahidi are those drivers that had that drama within the barrier. Julia Angelard now being hustled as somebody's had a spill out there. That's at that first hairpin, and the driver that now
Enzo
finds
Stambau.
themselves out is Enzo Stambau. Tough pills to swallow for Stambau. Will now join the marshal post. We'll watch on at the rest of this first OKN Junior qualifying heat unfold.
That reaction there tells me that wasn't his fault. Now, that is, again...
Well, in the eyes of a driver,
they never like to admit that it is their fault, but he's clearly showing there that it wasn't just him involved in that incident. So we'll wait to see if we see anything from that. Here's your grid, though, over the line. Perico still leads by 0.3 of a second. You're absolutely correct in what you were saying there, Nicole. He's not been released by Nocom or Mitans Jane, but it does feel like it is Mitans Jane piling more of the pressure on here to Nocom. The Nocom is to Perico, but we'll have to wait and see as Devon Titz sets the fastest lap of the race as he circulates in 10th place.
Well, drivers still looking to make some moves, and still is Nocom right there behind the Mercedes driver. Just behind your trio at the front, this battle continues to be undecided. Julia Aguilar looking at Galero, looking at Paulson, that leads this snake of karts now heading through that second sector. Within this one, we've got Yao Quingalero, Julia Aguilar, Aaron Qureshi still sat there. Qureshi, of course, ending up on a podium yesterday. Good stuff for Aaron, ahead of Alonso Gonzalez and Zoltan Koini, who's currently sat in P9, already up by 5 positions. So this is the battle for P4 as big lick of the curb there for Julia Angelard. Not afraid of that one through that third corner as Devon Titz now gives a bit of a boost to the driver ahead. That's Zoltan Koini being given a slight assist there through the first hairpin.
Indeed. So Perico, Nocom, Jane, Paulson, Galero from Anglard, Qureshi from Gonzalez, Koini, and Titz still rounding out the top 10 as another fastest lap of the race. Big looks down the inside there into the section. Qureshi getting past Anglard. That's a 6th place. Beautiful little overtake there into the bowl section. 13, 14 and 15. They come up very quickly here for the field. And not wanting to waste any time, they square themselves away and back on that start-finish straight. There's Perico, still leading, but Nocom seemingly finding something on these last couple of laps. The gap's closed down to less than 0.2, but not close enough for a look down the inside just yet. But it's certainly building to something for that top 3.
Absolutely. Angelard there just catching some of the exit dirt on the past part of the first hairpin. She is now in control of this second pack of karts. Devon Titz now trying to get past, so Angelard has just dropped it back slightly and now holds on to that defensive line, but she's not going to maybe hold on for it too much longer. The Mercedes driver just looked to stick the nose down the inside. It's going to potentially cost him. It's going to potentially release Angelard, and does just that. New drivers within this fight, Mick Klinkers being one of those names, as well as Manuel Kalendi, who's having a great start to his day compared to what happened yesterday. Stewart is in this one, Andy Stewart that is, as Johnston Stewart, her younger brother, actually rounds out this battle now that goes side by side in towards that first corner. Perico, Nocom, Mitans Jane, they are still your top 3 at the front. Perico going fastest. So now is the stage here, Anthony, within the race that Perico knows he's being challenged, knows that he cannot open up that door, returns it and puts in some purples as somebody in the background is starting to get a bit aggressive. That's Diaz Lamy fighting hard to try and get past there. We've got Klinkers, we've got Kalendi, and for Diaz Lamy, this is an important day. Walked into this weekend as a big contender in the championship, but yesterday just did not quite have the pace.
No, indeed. Didn't score the points that was needed, but still, the fight will go on here as loving this fight here. Anglard all over it. There's Andy Stewart now with the driver down the inside line. Manuel Kalendi just squeezing through. Dina Ismi getting the job done as well, now on an 11th place gain. So that's a really strong start to the race, as you were mentioning there, Nicole, and vital that it is needed to push forward in this one. Alonso Gonzalez just picked up a warning flag. He won't be too happy with that one, as Nicolo Perico has suddenly found his qualifying pace again. Has just gone with a 54.467 and is breaking away once more.
Wow, Perico's got the pace, but he's only around about a couple of hundredths of a second faster than Axel Nocom. He's actually not bolted off. He's not dropped anyone just yet. Is it the case that Perico is trying to preserve some tyre? Because, of course, they've got a second qualifying heat and a final later on around a circuit that really overheats that rubber quite quickly. We've got a couple of elevation changes for these drivers throughout this circuit. Some points actually go up quite high onto small hills and then they drop back down into sharp right-hand corners. So for the drivers, they've really got to think about the tyre temperature and the tread that they've got on board those Vegas in towards the first hairpin. Good send there. That's a nice move by Zoltan Koyni.
Yeah, indeed. Beautifully done there into that first major braking zone of the lap, and utilising the speed difference there with that slipstream that is available up the hill. So nicely delivered there. Another slipstream opportunity here down the infield straight, and a defensive posture there now for Benjamin Poulsen, who is having to deal with Galero, who is right there. The Argentine who had a great qualifying, certainly wanting to put the pressure on, but any move he makes, Koyni, Qureshi, Gonzalez, Anglard will be right there to try and take that away. Down in towards turn one once more. We go on to this last lap. Any change at the top? No. But the biggest change is the gap. Perico has nearly pulled away by a whole second.
Oh, first hairpin gets a bit busy for the drivers, still undecided for P5. Zoltan Koyni, now the leader of this one. Oh, somebody's nose just points towards the sky there. Qureshi involved, Galero involved, Gonzalez as well. But let's not forget, they've got a 5-second time penalty out there for Alonso. So that is going to drop him down the order by quite some way. Drivers going wheel to wheel and pod to pod, but out in the front, unbothered by everything going on behind, is Nicolo Perico, who took those qualifying heat wins yesterday and now looks to add a third to his tally.
Yeah, that's a strong start to the second day of racing. Italy once again victorious in the qualifying heats there with Perico. Nocom finishes in a close second from Mid-Tanch Jane. Poulsen fourth from Koyni. Rounds out the top five. From the likes of Galero, just finished P6. Gonzalez from Anglard, Tits and Clinkers rounding out the top 10. Biggest mover in that race, Dinar Islami. Great drive there, but a lights to flag finish for that young man there, Nicolo Perico. First appearance this year in the International Series. We saw him out in PFI earlier on this year in the UK Series. And he found great success there as well. The young man for the Mercedes Junior program, delivering the results in his 2026 Junior campaign. Going very well indeed. They'll make their way back to Parc Fermé. Looks like they're still racing somewhat there as they get back to the Parc Fermé area, and very quick into the Parc Fermé area. There's the results on your screen. Top 10 we've gone over. Aran Qureshi finishing that one in 11th place from the likes of Dinar Ismi, was the biggest mover in that race. Manuel Kalendi gaining 5. He finishes 13th out of Andy Stewart, Miyazaki, David Vasquez and Lauren Shahinaj. Johnson Stewart from Mirko Magdalena, Stanislav Grabowski from Ane Soriana, Christian Feilun from Atika Mir, Ollie Brunt from Max Lufa. Then you have the likes of Zhal Neravicius, who finishes that race in 26th place ahead of Jamie Errit, and Adela Prasova in 28th place. Retirement, Stambau, Gonzalez and El Majidi, unfortunately, not making it to the end of that race. But still, for the rest of them, a long way to go today. Another qualifying heat, and then, of course, that all-important final. But this is a familiar picture that we saw yesterday. The first on and the first off the weighing scales here, Nicolo Perico. It's another win in the bag. He's looking for more maximum points at the end of this one that he's not fully focused on right now. Just seeing what he can achieve. Here's your highlights then of that race. And, well, strong getaway for Nocom, but the benefit of that inside line really shone through for Nicolo Perico, able to squeeze his way, and that was really it for that lead fight. Early dramas at the very beginning of that race. Alessandro Gonzalez and Abdenoy Al-Majidi out of the race at the exit of turn 5, and they would go no further. Then we saw the mid-pack battles raging on. Julia Angelard certainly keeping herself busy throughout that one. Did drop down 3 places, but certainly made it difficult for the likes of Gonzalez, Galero, Zoltan Koyni as well, who all made their way through in that early stage of the race. Other lunges as well in that early phase. Saw Adela Prosova trying to gain those moves, but stayed there in 28th place at the back of the grid. Dina Izumi was the biggest mover in that race. So the pilot of the 53 machine, 12 places gained, able to gain those positions left, right, and centre. And there you can see how Devin Titz just showing great pace, but having a little bit of a troublesome race on that one. But the German holding firm in 9th throughout the entirety of that race. Last lap and last lunges here from drivers to gain those extra spots, but all of it would unaffect the race leader, as they're a very close moment just on the exit of turn number 7. Perico, though, taking the win, but a close finish with Axel Nocom and Mitan Jain, who would finish 2nd and 3rd on track. Well, that is the juniors done and dusted. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well, Nicolo Perico again this weekend has just been called across the line as a winner. Nicolo, good stuff there for you. Axel Nocom was with you for quite a lot of the race. For you, was that tactical? Were you trying not to take too much out of the tyre? Or was it the case that he was just that fast?
No, yeah, I think it was really fast, but still I was trying to don't use all the tyres because the final are 50 laps, and I'll have to say that yesterday, the last laps, I was a bit struggling, but in the end we won. So yeah, today I'm trying to go a bit more slowly, but in the end, the pre-last lap, I tried to push only to see how it was, and I think we were pretty fast.
Pretty fast indeed, Nicolo. Thank you very much. That is your OKN Junior qualifying heat 1 winner of the day. Mini 60s is up next, so let's go back up.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland, down there. Yes, indeed. We have got the Mini 60 race coming up next, qualifying heat 1. That will see a brand new driver on that pole position spot for today. That, of course, being the Greek of Philippos Troulis, who has taken that honour. But, of course, that was due to a very interesting time qualifying. His speed very quick indeed to put him there on P1. But a real shake-up in the field with, well, half the grid not getting a decent qualifying lap in. They went out, they slowed down, and they crossed the line with only less than a minute to go with no extra laps to get in. That put half the grid in a tricky situation when they started tripping over each other. So for Filippo Turles, puts himself on that pole position alongside Matteo Pellin. That race coming up very, very soon, but don't go anywhere. We're going to take a short break. We'll see you in a couple.
Now, I've been excited to try this model for some time, the Playseat Formula Intelligence F1 edition, because it's been designed with the help of real F1 drivers and also some of the top sim racers on the planet. Let's see what it's like. Being in this seating position definitely makes it so immersive that you feel like you genuinely are in a race. Your mind takes over and tells you that you're in an actual race. You feel very much at one with the car, as a part of the car, and as a part of this race. The Formula Intelligence has the monitor built in and integrated into the frame, and that really means that your field of vision and your depth is very accurate and truly immersive. Tell you what, my palms are sweating, so I think I've gotten a bit too immersed in this experience. The force lock system allows you to move everything around to really create a bespoke seating experience and make it super comfy for exactly how you would want it as a driver. The seat padding is obviously of a very high quality material. It feels very comfy, very supportive on my lower back. Racing is all about chasing the last hundredth of performance and looking for marginal gains. And if you can be comfortable and if you can be fully immersed in the car, you could really unlock some extra speed, I think. So on the whole, it's been very impressive in terms of how you feel at one with the car, how you can be consistent with it as well, lap after lap, because the frame doesn't move. You feel it's solid, so you can just keep working on your own driving and try and improve. Whatever you're looking for, you can secure your seat for next season at playseat.com. I'll see you on the track.
Mini 60 is engines on and on circuit. Here's your grid for the second race of the day. It is Greece versus Italy here with Filipos Choudis and Matej Pelin on the front row of the grid. Maxim Madzarov will be joined by Cooper Lopez, Bulgaria, and Venezuela on the second row of the grid. Albert Paulsen of Denmark will join Portugal's Gustavo Oliveira, and then there we'll see the likes of Anna Machem of Austria and Chester Fawkes of Great Britain. Sofia Rodenko and Gori Dulev for the USA and Lithuania on row number 5. There we'll see Pietro Zorzi and Samar Chopra on row number 6. Dominic Vera and Geronimo Pacheco go from row number 7 with Caden Caldera and Gabon Leger on row number 8, with Eduardo Alessandro and Nicolas Bonito on row number 9 and the first half of the field.
Row number 10, your top 20 sees Leonid Zyrikov alongside Max Schilling, not where Schilling would expect after a podium yesterday. Your 11th row is Aviv Dahan alongside Ben Gullin, and from row number 12, Leopardo Santos of Mexico will see Great Britain's Mason Hibbert, a driver who was a winner yesterday. Gets very interesting, in fact, from your 10th row backwards, because on row number 13, it's Carmen Silva alongside Ilya Sami, another podium finisher from yesterday. 14th row, Mohamed Wibewo, a quick driver from yesterday and from the series in total so far. He's starting alongside Wyn Godschalk, who wasn't with us yesterday, but is now back in the field and, of course, has taken a final win this year. 15th row, Leo Kralev of Bulgaria alongside Yunus Tam of Estonia. 16 is Parnika Landaluri and Guillaume Cole. 17, Adam Pirvu with Chloe McGill, and from row number 18, your final row of your grid. First Mini 60 qualifying heat of the day is Luashu Methabula alongside Cesar Baradas to round out your 36-strong field. So, drivers looking to push their way through, of course, everybody from that 10th row backwards, but quite crucially, Schilling, Sami, Hibbert, Mohamed Wibewo and Godschalk as well. They have got some work to do. But at the front, Filipos Troller's best qualifying of the year now leads his first qualifying heat of career.
Indeed, as we get ready to go racing, are we racing? The answer is no. They're completely out of formation there at the back of the grid. And here, Nicole, Nicolas Bonito and Aviv Dahan not on my screens here as clocking up. So, and I did see gaps in that grid, so 2 drivers potentially missing here.
Yeah, interesting setup then. So we are down to 34 runners already. First row, of course, we have Reese in the form of Filipos Trolles alongside Matej Pelin. We've seen Matej before in the Champions of the Future Academy programme, but not this year. That was in 2025 at Jesolo, but he's back in the field. And he's actually back at the front because, of course, yesterday started that final from very high up indeed. As there's drama out there, that's going to be a struggle to try and get back into position from one of the names that's just had a self-inflicted spin out there. So Mexico's Santos now, I think in this one, could be looking at starting right at the very back despite qualifying on that 17th row. Sorry, 12th row.
Yeah, right at the very back and probably with a gap as well. Now, hopefully he knows that past this red line he cannot overtake. And, of course, they will be told that in briefing. And, he's gained as many as he can. And he's gained even more past the red line. And he's not allowed to do that. And that is a big shame there for the Mexican. And that will put him in a real spot of bother with the officials at the end of this race. With the rest of the field, though, they are primed and ready to go as they make their way into the final turn once again. Take 2 then for Mini 60 with Filippo Torres and Matej Pelin on the front row of the grid. It is lights out and fights on. We are racing towards turn 1. It's a strong start for the inside row. So Torres gets the run into T1 and manages to push through. They are 3 wide in the background as they negotiate turns 2 and 3 for the first time into that first major braking zone. Are we going to see fighting at the front end? I think the answer very much is going to be yes, because you have to remember as well, you've had quick drivers from yesterday qualify badly today who will try and push through that field.
Well, the final from yesterday for our Mini 60s was the type of race that you sit there and get your popcorn out, because it was an absolute fight to the line for P2, and expect the same today as we head through. Big change out in the front. We have got then Filipos Trollos losing out on 2 positions. Mattia Pellin looking very quick indeed. Pellin there, however, sat in P2 for now. So as they head through the last couple of bends in the background, it's starting to get busy now, because let's not forget, Schilling, Hibbert, Sami, Wibiwo and Godstrok will be looking to weave their way through. Under the gantry, it's Maxim Madzarov that is your race leader. 2 positions gained already for Madzarov. Pellin P2, Trollis P3. Cooper Lopez very much inside of this fight as well. He is one of those drivers that has actually, in every single race, stayed inside of your sort of top 5 spots so far this weekend, as a defence is now thrown in by Anna Macholm, who was, of course, in your under-10s podium yesterday. Good weekend so far for Macholm.
Yeah, indeed. So, Madzarov leading the way here from the rest of the field. Pellin, Trillis, Lopez from Macholm, Forks, Rodenko, Oliveira, then it is Vera from Zorzi. Round out the top 10, a little wide there for Trillis. He's in an unfamiliar spot here in the academy programme. The first pole position for him, having to deal with that pressure. There's the red line, there's the clear overtake in the background. That is a shame there for the pilot of Leopardo Santos of Mexico, who will be caught out with that one. Oliveira's just tumbled down, so has Macholm, so there's been some changes up at that top 5. The clearest picture we have here is of these 2 here, Madzarov and Pellin. 1-2 as they head into turn 5 on lap number 3.
First time we're seeing Madzarov then lead a race this year. He is out there at the front and is controlling things. Runs over the exit curb on the exit of that second hairpin. These drivers then carrying plenty of speed up and towards the hill, barrel back down into the sharp right-hander to then set themselves up for sector number 3, which again varies in that elevation change. These drivers then tackling the bowl in itself, which can open up an overtaking opportunity and can force drivers to defend, just like what we're seeing there from Madzarov. Pellin still there, but look who's now knocking on his door, Chester Fawkes. Where's Chester Fawkes come from? Well, he came from further back on the rows, qualified on that 4th row, started this one from P8, but he's already up by 5 positions and is already looking at trying to get into P2, but has to back out and has to let the Italian hold on to it.
Indeed, Fawkes was one of the drivers caught out in that second group that only got the 1 lap in, but it was the most successful out of that 1-lap shootout that we saw in TQ earlier on today, and he's benefited that massively as he's there in 3rd place and with the fastest lap of the race. He certainly want to get involved, and he is going to get involved down the inside there at turn 10, right at the top of the hill, and squeezes into 2nd place as the rest of his rivals there are still fighting over about 20th place down the inside. Fawkes looks for the lead, has the inside line. Here comes Pellin. He goes through as well. But it is going to be Madzarov who holds on to it for a brief moment. Here now back is Tulis, the pole sitter from Greece. Back to 3rd now. It's brought everyone back into play. Rodenko's there. Lopez, Macholm, Vera and Oliveira are there, all wanting to get involved, as another look down the inside there for Filipos Tulis. And he's got through into 2nd place. An upwards moment there for Lopez, who tries to get the wheels back on the ground. He has done so, but he has lost a lot of time there. And once again, we see a 3-car breakaway as into the barriers and out of the race. That's on the pit lane exit.
That's Godschalk.
It is Win Godschalk. Yep, the 850, who's obviously his first outing today. We missed him yesterday, and that has been a tough run into the racing here.
Well, the Red Bull Junior driver then of Godschalk will have to halt this race and leave it to the 2nd qualifying heat earlier on. Fawkes out in the front, 6/10 clear from Trollos. It was 2 overtakes in the course of just 2 corners for Chester to get that achievement on his belt, and now leads things. And not to make a prediction here, but I wouldn't say he's going to be caught too quickly, because pace-wise, he is lapping very well. He is around about 3/10 faster, as that's another retirement out there this time. However, is for a driver just slightly further back. It's Lawashu Methabulla, I believe, that is caught out in this one, so makes himself the 4th driver to go no further still the battle's going on. Still seeing Anna Macom hold on to this one. Over the second hairpin, Macom will hold off Sofia Rudenko and Pietro Zorzi there. This trio very clean indeed for the time being, and maybe could look to see a swap now for that P7. Is Rudenko going to pull out and go for it? Absolutely does just that. Good move there by Sofia.
Indeed. So this fight will still go on for quite some time here. The last lap board will be out this time to the field. So if they are wanting to get any overtakes, they've got to think fast. Mason Hibbert with the overtake gets through into 10th place. That is a big overtake there. 14 places gained now. We're starting to see those names squeak through. Kralev up 15 places. Jonas Tam up 14 places. We're starting to see that trend now. So this will be interesting come the second race later on today. And then, of course, also that final later on today for Mini 60. But Fawkes leads the way by half a second, and he is looking confident after the challenging qualifying session that he did benefit the most from.
Well, we're seeing from Hibbert now as well. You can't just, qualify at the front and stay at the front. He can also race his way through. 14 places gained, matched by Leo Kralev, who's also up by 14, as is Yunus Tam. They are currently sat down in P15 and P16. But eyes and focus and the spotlight on Chester Fawkes. Fawkes half a second clear and takes his first qualifying heat of the weekend.
Yeah, indeed, across the line. Superb drive there from Trillis as well. The pole sitter coming away with second place after his first pole sitter start in the Academy programme. Madzarov does finish third ahead of Pelin. Lopez finishes P5 ahead of Dominic Vera. Anna Macom finishes that one, leader of the under-10s, and 7th overall ahead of Pietro Zorzi and Gustavo Oliveira. Geronimo Pacheco rounds out the top 10 at a 4-place gain from the rest of the chasing pack that we're probably hoping if we add a couple more laps, we could have had a few more places, as Leo Kralev is proof of that. 29th he qualified compared to yesterday's brilliant result, but he gained a staggering amount of 15 places. The same for Jonas Tam as well, also 15 places gained. Cesar Baradas, who was on the podium yesterday in the Mini 60 under 10, 14 places gained, and Chloe McGill also 10 places gained. So some serious big movers through the field, and there is your full results. The top 10 we've gone over. Gamin Leger, 11th place ahead of Mason Hibbert. Albert Paulson from Leo Kralev, Jonas Tam from Max Schilling, Sofia Rudenko from Samar Chopra, Ilya Sami from Caden Caldera, and Mohamed Wibuo. Cesar Baradas finishing that one in 22nd place from Gordy Dilev. Chloe McGill from Bengolan. Then it is Eduardo Alessandro, Adam Pirvo, Guillaume Cole, Leonis Zakharov from Silva Carmen Kavakian in 30th place. Great race for her and for Enrica Nandaluri. And that is 31st place with Leopoldo Santos 32nd. And already, I think, showcasing a 5-second time penalty for that crossing the red line at the start. Here's your highlights from that race. And, first attempt, very challenging there. Was Santos off the road. He would try to recover back. Unfortunately, did so too late after the red line. And that put him with a 5-second time penalty. Race got underway at the start of that one. It was a good breakaway for the field. They were able to push their way through. Better start, though, for Trillis, who was able to get the whole shot on to turn one from Matteo Pellin, who did, in the end of that one, finish P4. So still a great result for the Italian, while the chasing pack behind all started to try and push their way forward. Early moments there for many. Saw drivers going backwards in the wrong direction. And there, you can imagine for the field, Albert Paulson having dramas, Gustavo Oliveira as well, Lopez also having those dramas, but still they stayed up in that top section for the rest of that race. Lap number 2 of it, and pretty much calm and collected for the front runners. However, a storm was brewing in the background with all those drivers gaining those places. Like we were talking about, Mason Hibbert gaining the 12, Leo Kralev gaining 15, Jonas Tam gaining 15, Paradas gaining 14, Chloe McGill gaining 10. Some serious big movers through the field. Another one of those was Chester Fawkes with that overtake for second place. This one for the race lead, just squeezing through. Didn't fully confirm it there through the hairpin. Had to wait a little bit longer until they got to the bowl section. This brought the Italian back into play of Pellin. It brought Trulis back into play as well. A really good run for him at the end of that race. He was able to squeeze back up into P2 at the expense of Matarov, who would hold on to third place despite that moment there. Lopez there, Cooper Lopez going up onto just two wheels and rejoining and out of the race. And there, out of the race, was Wyn Gottschalk, who was clearly not happy with one of the other drivers in that early phase of the race and became one of 4 retirements. Metabula, well, actually 2 non-starters as well, Benito and Dahan as well out there. More of those highlights came at the near end of the race, but at the checkered flag, close but not close enough for Trulis. He would finish P2 from pole, but it'd be Chester Fawkes from 7th on the grid. He would be a great result there. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, what a display of pace for Chester Fawkes. Chester, really good stuff by you. Could visibly see you hunting down, and it was 2 overtakes in the course of just 2 corners. For you, how do you pull that off? Because you sort of pulled out a couple of times, maybe lost a bit of pace, because drivers ahead were also trying to overtake. So how do you manage that?
I've got to really just keep calm, keep my head, and just if I see a gap, if it's not going to be able, like if you can't go for it, don't go for it, but if you can, go for it.
And of course, Chester, for you in the final yesterday, maybe things didn't quite go your way. The start was where it went wrong. But coming into today, has that given you a little bit more of a boost to really just demonstrate what you've just done and show us your pace?
Yeah, yesterday was unfortunate, but I think we've got good pace today to try win.
Well, Chester, thank you very much indeed. That's Mini 60 qualifying heat 1 done and dusted. 1 more heat left for this rotation, and it will be senior.
Thank you, Nicole Sutherland. OKN Senior is the next grid to make its way onto the circuit for qualifying Heat 1. We'll see Michael Zions and Bruno Blanco on that front row of the grid. A brand new front row on this one, of course. Blanco, who did take pole in time qualifying yesterday, had that taken away for being underweight. That is not the case today. He is on that front row and ready to see what he can achieve. Casper Reipold and Sophia Sage will be on that second row of the grid as well. Strong qualifying again for Reipold. Stronger qualifying, though, for Sophia Sage, who puts herself in her best qualifying position of the 2026 season so far in the Academy program. A great result for herself. And certainly looking forward to seeing what she can achieve in this one. Veer Chopra and Gabby Texera as well, a strong qualifying, finding herself on that third row of the grid. So all of these drivers here ready to see what they can achieve. Now, this race due to start at 12 o'clock on the dot, and we are a minute and a half away from that time. And you can imagine for this front row, the pressure that is on, because for Bruno Blanco, he knew he had the speed yesterday. It was taken away from him. He had to start at the back for all those races. Now he's on that front row. This is going to be the biggest story from this one. What can that Italian do on that front row of the grid? Yes, he's on the outside line, but can surely do something. For Zion, he's going to be thinking of one thing and one thing only, and that is holding on to this race lead and not allowing the Italian to squeeze past. But he's going to have to deal with many, many more drivers in this one as well. Because yesterday, a very strong podium for the field in the seniors, which saw, of course, Jagrat Tetroja, Zion and Reipold there on that podium. Zion, who's there on the pole sitter spot, really good position again. Reipold, who's there on the inside of row number 2, in a really good spot again. But the final winner from yesterday, Tetroja, finds himself on the 8th row of the grid alongside Emmanuel Iadakis. So this is going to be a tough fight for them to try and push through the field, but certainly isn't impossible for the field. And for this one, for Sophia Sage as well, this will be a really important day for her. 29th place in the final yesterday, unfortunately picking up a 10-second time penalty as well. So I'm sure Sophia Sage will be focusing on a strong result in this one. Engines are fired up then. Drivers making their way out onto the track. Let's quickly fire you through the full starting lineup for this one, which will be the last race of the morning phase before we go into qualifying Heat 2 in a few moments' time. Michael Zion then and Bruno Blanco are on that front row of the grid. The pressure is on for Zion with a brand new driver to deal with. Casper Reipold and Sophia Sage are on that second row of the grid. They will see Veer Chopra and Gabby Teixeira on row number 3. Elias Lamar and Damien Baez go from row 4. They will see Angelina Simmons and Warwick Milam on row number 5. Inya Rustad and Emil Bratton making an all-Norway. Row number 6. Silas Ellefson goes from row 7 with Emilia Vishmiska alongside Jaguar Tatroja and Manuel Leodikis going from row number 8. Row 9 sees Marcel Matievich joined by Felipe Benito on that middle half of the grid.
Row 10, Vanessa Shilkinator and Roberto Bass. And then from row number 11, it's Jose Schreimer alongside Tatiana Alexieva. From 12, it's Norway's Oliver Rogmo Hodge with the UAE's Arsan Jolovic. And from row number 13, we've got Jan Mikaleshko alongside Franco Escotto. 14, it's Kojima and Pauli. And from 15, Nicodemo Secchi sees Clelia Sodu. 16th row is Marla as Sumpsau with Elek Kalowski. And for row number 17, Manuel Quesada will look at Adam Rybitz. 18 rows in total, 35 seniors going into this one. And it's Beatrice Costa that rounds out your field for Portugal. So big races yesterday for our seniors, with the win, of course, being owned by Jaguar de Troja. But now we find ourselves with Michael Zions and Bruno Blanco at the front. We saw plenty of Zions yesterday. He, of course, ended up on the podium. But Bruno Blanco's day was probably held up for him, I would say. He was pole in qualifying, had to then start at the back because of a disqualification. But now he finds himself at the front. Now he finds himself directly alongside Poland Zions.
Indeed. So let's see how this one will go for them as they round that final turn. Are we racing? Answers yes. It's lights out, fights on for the seniors here towards turn 1. Strong start for the inside line. Zion absolutely uncontested there into turn 1 as they climb up the hill for the first time. Through turns 2 and 3 into 5. Any lunges down the inside? Many lunges down the inside in this early phase, with everyone trying to gain all the positions they can in this early phase. But look at the breakaway already at the front. It's a strong start for Zion. No pressure at all. It's Reipold who's there in second place, who's had that excellent start also. And there looks to be Veer Chopra as well on that 258 machine. A clear benefit to that inside line at the very start. The question is, where is Bruno Blanco in all of that? I think he dropped down quite far at the start of that.
Zion's there, I think, at the bowl. Has just cost himself a bit of time. Just turned into the corner in a slightly varied line compared to the rest, as that's Adam Rybitz again. Rybitz is not having the weekend that he would have wanted whatsoever, and this time is caught out with the name of Nicodemo Secchi there. That is in the second sector. Those two drivers now parked down the inside. Good send there. We've got moves going on. That is for P2, as Casper Reipold is going to lose out on not just 1 but 2 positions. Veer Chopra was the start of that one, as Elias Leman is now through as well, and Bruno Blanco trying to look on at this as well and trying to get back into those spots that he started from. Didn't have the commence of this start that he would have wanted, as Reipold again returns things, gets back into third position, and Blanco is going to potentially look to make advantage of that. Oh, muscled out is Reipold.
Indeed. So great effort here for these drivers at the front. And of course, for Veer Chopra, great success out in Greece, of course, round 2. He's looking to emulate that here in Italy on the second day of racing, and certainly has got every right to do so and every chance as well. Le Mans there in third from Blanco. Simmons from Reipold. Sage is there in 7th from Inya Rostad. Ellefson from Baez, who running out the top 10 right now. Looks down the inside. That's a nice moment. That brings everyone into play. Blanco and Simmons both pass Elias Leman as they step up into 3rd and 4th place.
Zion's here really controlling this race. Looks like he's got something going into Sunday's day of racing. Yesterday, of course, remained inside of the top 5 for all of those races and then had that podium in the final. But now he looks to have come to life even more On your screens now, we're looking at Angelina Simmons, the driver then, of course, who took the first final win of the season. That was at home in Valencia when we were out in Spain. Since then, for Simmons, things quite haven't gone her way. Greece, tough race indeed. She's then since, of course, been dabbling in the world of single-seaters, has been testing in F4. She jumps back into the karts this weekend and is currently looking on at Bruno Blanco, the KR just ahead. As we've got Sens in the background then, Ina Rostad under some pressure. Gabi Texera was the driver who just got past. It's Damien Bayes that's now losing out.
Indeed. So, restless fighting going on. Loving the speed here for Bruno Blanco. That start didn't go his way, but time qualifying was going his way. He's going to try and close up a 1.2 second gap right now to the field ahead. He has already taken 0.2 of a second out of that one. You can see he's actually breaking away from Simmons now, who's holding on to fourth. Will now have to deal with Elis Lerman and Casper Reipold by herself.
Double apex at turn number one then. Really fast corner indeed for our drivers where they avoid trying to go too deep. If they go too deep into the corner, it then encourages the kart to understeer as they go past. So they're really trying to control things on the grip as well. It's one of those points in the circuit where these drivers have got to focus on that tyre temperature, as they do just here as they head up on towards the hill. Long lap of corners for these drivers, not long lap in distance, but 16 turns in total for them to try and tackle. They actually don't get too much of a rest around here, especially not in the temperatures that we are now reaching. 30 degrees for these drivers that are sat in rib protectors, suits, balaclavas, gloves, the underwear that goes underneath the suit as well. It is a challenge in itself just to sit in the kart, let alone try and fend off 34 other drivers, just like what Zion's is still doing. Still 6/10 clear, still improving sector upon sector. He's not dropped pace. In fact, he's around about a tenth and a half faster than Chopra consistently. He's not the fastest out there. Bruno Blanco, again, showing us what he's made of, and he is now back into P3.
Indeed. This is where he wants to be. Well, he wants to be a little further up ahead in the road, but for the moment, having to just figure out the speed advantage he needs to find here. In towards turn 12. No lunges there for the top runners. Everyone in a good, strong position here at this point of the race. It is the middle-way part of this race. So everyone just waiting to see who breaks first. Around that final turn then, still in control. Zion, Chopra, Blanco, Simmons, Lerman, Reipold, Sage, Rostad, Elofsson and Santos Texera are there inside that top 10. Moves in the background. Costa and Escotto getting past the likes of Emilia Pauli and Manuel Caseda getting past Eric Kozlowski. That is for 32nd place as it stands. Still only the two retirements of Oseki and Rybets out of this race. Starting to stretch out a little bit for those top three there, Nicole. There are leading groups everywhere, but it is the fight in and around, I would say, about 10th, 11th, 12th place. Leodikis, Ditroja and Damien Bayes, they're looking relatively close out there.
Yeah, it's Emmanuel Leodikis there at the back of this one. You can just see entering in towards that 15th corner, who's really applying some pressure now. Leodikis has taken the lead at some stage of this year of those standings. So for the Greek driver, he's looking again to try and pick off some points. And within this race, he actually needs to focus on promoting himself a little bit more because, of course, we've only got 2 qualifying heats for these drivers. So we're limited in opportunities for them to promote themselves post-qualifying and set themselves up for their third and most important race of the day, which are those finals. Oh, mistake there. Nessa Shilkinator off the road finds herself, that's Emilia Vishamirska off the road there with Warwick Milam. So just on the exit of that second hairpin, these drivers getting a bit close for comfort, but Milam doesn't lose out on that one, does hold on to the position, and it does actually gift that gap to Shilkinator as Vishamirska loses out to Bas as well.
Indeed. So let's see how it goes on then. We're nearing the end of that race. We're on to lap number 9 of this 12-lap race. And Zansley still holding 0.6 of a second. That has come down a little bit here from Chopra. But Blanco is continuing to just eke ever closer in that top fight. But we'll keep a close eye on that one. Someone I want to keep a close eye on, though, is Damian Baez in there in 11th place. He's just gone purple in sector number 1 and is showing some great pace behind Gabby Teixeira.
Yeah, it's late in the race indeed. Reipold back down the inside for P5. That's on Elias Leman then, so Reipold picking off positions once more as that is a retirement out there. This time is Franco Escotto that will join Emilia Paoli, Manuel Quesada, Nicola Besecchi and Adam Rybets to not complete this first qualifying heat. But the race rages on, still laps left to go, still the time for Reipold to catch up to Simmons, who's looking at Blanco, who's looking at Chopra, who's looking at Zions. Zions has still got that gap, but it has now dropped down to just under 0.7 of a second, so it's not over for the Polish driver and the driver of the UAE, who, let's not forget, out at Greece, went 2 for 2.
Indeed, it was a really good race in that one, so let's see if he can try and achieve another similar result here today, but a very tricky situation still for them into that turn 12 hairpin there. Very late on the brakes, defensive posture here now. Are we going to see an up and under for position here? Leodikis to Troja. Here's Bratton for a look down the inside. Not close enough. He's going to run wide, though, as the two continue to go wheel to wheel here, because there is Warwick Milam now trying to get involved. Vanessa Shilkanator trying to close in the background there, but anything there that Leodikis does, Jagrat de Troja just squeezes his way through on the exit and will get to 12th place.
Jagrat de Troja, this race, that qualifying has been a bit of a struggle for the driver, who was, of course, on that top spot of the podium yesterday. Would not have expected him to start as far down as he did, but racing's racing, and for de Troja of India, he's going to have to push his way through the crowd for the rest of today. At the front, Zion still being chased, but extends the gap once more, back over to just over 0.7 of a second. Chopra still there. Bruno Blanco still there. Much better start of the day for Blanco, who visibly just closes in there through the banked corner compared to Veer Chopra. Out of the final turn these drivers will go. They are flat through this section. They're flat, of course, all the way down that start-finish straight, but they are on the limiter pretty early towards that straight, so it's difficult for these drivers to chase down into the first couple of sequences of corners until they get to the first major braking zone of the circuit, which is turn number 1. Then we've got an identically angled hairpin of turn number 2, drivers then running off the circuit to take to that exit curb, as Blanco still chases down and still carries round some purples out there.
Yes, indeed, he certainly does. And let's see if this will extend it to the end of the race. But they're very quickly running out of time here. Michael Zion has done a brilliant job at the front of this field. He has controlled the pace. He's not been overdoing it. He's not been underdoing it. He's just had it just right throughout this race to take a win. By 0.5 of a second. Over the line he goes. It's Michael Zion then takes the honours and takes the first chunk of points here to determine where he will start for that final. He is looking for pole position again. He finishes ahead of Chopra. Blanco to finish third ahead of Simmons. Reipold from Le Mans. Sophia Sage finishing that one in 7th from Inya Rostad. Salas Ellefson and Gabby Teixeira, who will round out the top 10 at the end of that race. It's a strong race indeed for the field. A relatively calm race for the seniors as Felipe Benito takes the biggest moves of the race, but that is in the wrong direction of a drop of 7 places. The biggest mover in the right direction of 7 places, you can look to Beatrice Costa, who finished that race in 28th place, a gain of 7 from the very back of the grid in P35. Well, here is your full results on your screen from that race. The top 10 we have gone over. Damian Baez and Jagrat de Troja finishing that one in 11th and 12th place ahead of Warwick Milam. Emmanuel Leodikis finishing ahead of Vanessa Shilkanator from Emil Bratton and Amelia Vishamirska. Marcel Matievich ahead of Roberto Bass and Jose Schreimer. Oliver Rodmehaj finishes in 21st place, though, ahead of Jan Mikoleshko and Tatiana Alexieva. Sera Kojima finishes in 24th from Felipe Benito. Clelia Sodu rounds out the top 26 from Marcela Assumpção. Beatrice Costa from Arsen Jolovic. And Eric Torolski finishing in the likes of 30th place. The retirements are Scotto, Pauly, Casada, Oseki, and Rybets, unfortunately, not making it to the end of that race. There, though, who did make it to the end, and on the P1 spot as well, Michael Zions, a great drive, stood on the podium yesterday, pole position today, and the Polish driver certainly looking very, very strong indeed. Here is that highlights from it, and you can see how that inside line benefited there at the start. Zion, Raipold, Chopra straight away, 1, 2, 3. Blanco on the outside line there had to settle for about P5 there, P4, P5 at the very start of that race. Did recover back to third place, but certainly had his hands very busy on that one in the form of having to do it with Raipold, later Elias Lamant, Angelina Simmons as well in that fight, and certainly making her feelings very well known, gaining 5 places to finish up there inside the top 4. So incredible drive there for them. Then the first retirement, Saseki and Rybets there out of the race. They would go no further in that early phase. Chopra gaining those places, but not having to defend them too much. He would get to second place. He would stay in second place throughout that, as Michael Zion was in a very similar story and staying in the race lead. Blanco did recover back to third, as we mentioned already. Did have to fight for that one. Good overtakes throughout that top 5 battle, dealing with that situation. Then we started to watch the fight a little further back in the field. We were starting to see Emmanuel Leodikis in about 14th and 15th place, with Warwick Milam, Vanessa Chilconeta, Emil Bratton, Amelia Vishamirska all fighting for position. Near the end of the race, this is where we start to see those overtakes come into play before the last retirement of the race. Franco Escotta, unfortunately, not making it to the end. There was that scrap for Emmanuel Leodikis, but look at that from De Troja, just able to squeeze through. Over the line, Michael Zion taking the win ahead of Veer Chopra and Bruno Blanco. They'll be going into those second races later on today, back in their same qualifying positions as this race, but more in a prime position. We're going to be ready down in Parc Ferme, so let's head over to Nicole Sutherland.
We are ready down here then, Anthony, and we're here with Michael, of course. Michael, pole for you in quali. Now we've just taken a heat win for you, leading for the first time this weekend. What was that like?
It was pretty good. I controlled the pace all race. I didn't have much competition, and yeah, I hope to do that next race.
Well, of course, we've got that second heat coming up, and your expectations for that one, are you thinking that it's going to be quite easy to replicate what you've just done?
Depends on the start. This race, I had a really good start, so I was already gone after, I think, 1 lap, so this race was pretty easy. Hope next races as well.
Michael, thank you very much indeed. Of course, that is Michael Zion's OKN Senior Heat 1 winner. One more rotation of qualifying heats left to go, but not before a break, of course.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland, on the Parc Ferme area there. That is the first half of the day done, but do not worry. The second half of the day is coming up very, very soon in around 38 minutes' time. We'll be back with qualifying Heat 2 for the juniors, minis, and the seniors before we then go into the last finals of the weekend, once again starting at 3 o'clock for myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland. Do not go anywhere. We'll see you in roughly about half an hour's time. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage here of the Champions of the Future Academy Programme International Series. It's round 3 here at the Leopard circuit in Viterbo, Italy. It's the second day of racing, and it's the second half of that second day of racing. It's time for the qualifying Heat 2s, and in OKN Junior, they are coming up next to their 9-lap race. And a reminder of what happened earlier on today in that first qualifying heat. After a very busy session, Nicolo Perico, after putting it on pole position, was able to take another victory on circuit. The young Italian Mercedes Junior driver delivering once again here at the 1,200-meter circuit. Nocom did finish in a very close second. You can see him there getting himself ready just in the background, ahead of Mitans Jane and Benjamin Paulsen, who was able to finish in P4 in that race. So, again, close racing that we saw throughout that. And there you can see Nocom, who had a relatively event-free first race earlier on. He's looking to see if he can change that up a bit in this one.
Yeah, so finished second by a second compared to Perico in that first qualifying heat. And a much better start to his day today compared to yesterday. Nocom yesterday wasn't really where he probably would have expected to be on track, but now he's got a second opportunity before we head into the finals later on. There's Benjamin Paulsen then, freshly 13 this weekend. We mentioned it yesterday, so happy birthday, Benjamin, for earlier on in the week. He will, of course, be starting much higher up than where we saw him yesterday. Be starting on that second row alongside Joaquin Galero. Third row has Julia Angelard and Mitans Jane. Angelard yesterday having one of her best days within the championship to date, as there is the driver of Argentina there just getting into the zone before we go into this second and final qualifying heat for our juniors. Other drivers then looking to make up some positions once more. Dia Islami looking to push his way through. Islami yesterday didn't have the day you would have expected. He has been a final winner this year. In that first qualifying heat earlier on, he had to make up 14 positions to get just inside of the top 10. This weekend, then, our packed grids across OKN Junior, OKN Senior and Mini 60 are all being looked after by Deputy Race Director Dan Ashton, who's on the gantry, and, of course, Race Director of Martin Bean this weekend. Blessed with some aircon, he will be sat inside the building, but still at the window and watching on.
Yes, indeed. And for the rest of the field there, they've had a very busy day of dealing with that heat, especially, of course, the marshalling teams out there. We couldn't go racing without the fabulous Orange Army and all the officials out there, as well as spectators who are enjoying a spot of sunbathing throughout the course of this one. That's grandstand, though, I would still avoid like the plague. A metal grandstand in heat like this, oh, I can imagine it's going to be quite toasty. Right then, here we go with the drivers firing up the engines. Let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup once more of the drivers in this one. Back to 31 drivers, starting with Nicolo Perico on pole position and Axel Nocom joining alongside. They continue that result in this one. He only dropped one place earlier on. Benjamin Paulsen starts this one again on that second row of the grid alongside Joaquin Galero on that second row. Julia Anglard and Mitans Jane, good race for them, but Jane gaining those places to finish third earlier on. Mick Klinkers and Aran Korechi, they go from row 4. They will see Devin Titz and Mia Zanke on row 5. Andy Stewart and Alonso Gonzalez go from row number 6. Johnson Stewart and Zoltan Koini, they go from row 7, with the first half of the field being Lauren Shahinaj and David Vasquez.
Row number 9 then is started by Stanislav Grabowski alongside Manuel Kalendi. And from row number 10, your top 20, it's an Ace Oriana with Enzo Stambau. From 11, Christian Feylund will see Mirko Miglueda, and from row number 12 sees Ollie Brunt in one of his best qualifyings to date. He's starting alongside Dia Islami, who managed to make up 14 positions earlier on. 13th row, Jamie Eret alongside Vanias Zalvirikius, and from row number 14, Tika Mir starts from P27. She's alongside Alessandro Gonzalez. 15th row, it's Spain's Max Laufer alongside Abdel El Mahidi. And from row number 16, Adela Prasova will round out your field in your second and final OKN Junior qualifying heat of the day, where drivers will have one more chance to try and get through. So earlier on, Antika Mir made up 8 positions to end up in P19, so we'll still look to try and get through the crowd. We, of course, had Adia Islami with that charge we just mentioned. Other names being Mika Miglueda, who made up 7 places. So a number of big movers, a number of drivers who will look to try and match that once more, but also drivers that can't afford to lose out. One in particular being Julia Angelard, 13 places lost in the end. So Angelard will have some work to do.
Yes, certainly will do. And only time will tell whether or not a change of heart over the course in the tents here will put her in a good mindset ready for this race. Of course, all the drivers bundled together in those 2 very large tents here in the paddock. A very party vibe, really, especially if someone's got music playing in that tent. So a really good atmosphere in the paddock this weekend, and a good atmosphere on circuit as well, as it is lights out and fights on in the junior strong stuff for the inside line. So Perico, Poulsen, Angelard get a good getaway there, and that's exactly what Angelard needed. 1 or 2 cuts, having a moment in the background and into the barriers. Unfortunately, 3 drivers going no further. One of them, Abdinor El Majidi, once more. Adela Prasova is another. And I believe it's Dinar Islami again who's had drama in this one. And the man who came into this weekend leading the points now finds himself really struggling to maintain that.
Well, a bit of a shake of a hand there for Adela Prasova, so hoping that the young Czechian lady is okay out there. Out in the front, however, good stuff to start off this race by Julia Angelard. Angelard's instantly into P2, just tailing around there, Nicolo Perico. Devon Titz trying to make up some moves is out of the final corner. Perico has got himself a nice gap out there. 1 is Perico, 2 is Julia Angelard. Then we have Axel Nocom and Benjamin Poulsen with Klinkers, Jane, Qureshi, Stewart, Shinahaj and Devon Titz rounding out your top 10, with the Stewart being inside of the top 10. Being Andy.
Indeed. So let's go then for the rest of this race, because it all starting to heat up a little bit here for that middle stage of the race. You can see the 3-car breakaway at the front still. Very similar story that we saw earlier on, but just with the added Julia Angelard there in P2. But Poulsen is having to defend from this one. Is that Mitanch Jane with a move in the background? No, it's Aran Qureshi with the move on Mitanch Jane. That is for 6th place, and that in turn just gives Poulsen that little bit more breathing space there from the chasing Mick Klinkers, who was having to watch out for that large train of carts behind. Over the line they go. Pressure still very much on here to the field, but there was another look for Aran Qureshi, but this time on Klinkers, not close enough, and Klinkers could sense it. He's going for the move on Poulsen. And that, I think, was duly timed, knowing that they were starting a little bit of turf fight in the background, but it's not going to work out for him, because Poulsen's back down the inside, and as quickly as he tried to gain 1, he loses out on 3. And that is Klinkers now down into about 6th, 7th place.
Yeah, it was 1 step forward for Klinkers and 3 steps backwards, and now has to defend by the drivers behind. Switch just ahead, however. Jane now up into the fight once more. Mitanch Jane then had a really good first qualifying heat. It moments ended up P3 in that one. And actually, points-wise, is looking good when we head towards that final later on. But out of the final couple of corners, long train starting to form. Jane, Klinkers, Stewart, Sheena Haj, Devon Titz, Alonso Gonzalez. We've got Johnston Stewart, who rounds it out as well. So anything could be decided into this race. This is your second pack, of course, as the trio at the front. Actually, you're not too far away from each other this time. However, Perico and Nocom in that top 3 once more, but this time it is Julia Angelard that finds himself as the sandwich filling in between those two, with the gap currently still sat just under 0.3 of a second. Very, very similar setup indeed compared to that qualifying heat we had earlier on between Axel Nocom and Nicolo Perico. Perico has not been released just yet.
No, he certainly hasn't. Right. This fight, though, continues to rage on all the way up and down the field. Everyone wanting to not trip over each other, but it's certainly easier said than done, as overtakes coming thick and fast everywhere throughout that last lap. Someone who lost a little bit there, Antika Mir, who's trying to push forward. She is pushing forward on a 6th place
for the
gain.
lead.
Anglard with the overtake. This is what she wanted after that disaster of a race earlier on with a penalty. Now she's fighting at the front. Anglard in control. Perico now has to deal with Nocom.
Perico, however, does not need to panic in this situation because he still would be holding on to pole if he can stay in the P2, and now he looks to be holding on to the race lead once more. Angelard's going to lose out as well. 3 wide on towards the entrance of the corner, as down the inside, Nocom's going to try and take it, and he does. Nocom now into P2. Anglard, it was a valiant effort, but it wasn't quite enough to hold on to things, and we're seeing Perico demonstrate exactly what we saw from him when he was a mini. As soon as that door opens, he will bolt through it.
Yeah, indeed. And I think it's the right thing to do as well, with the immediately attacking straight away again, not waiting 1 or 2 laps and then trying then immediately re-attacking, and that's worked out for him. It's worked out again for Julia Anglard. She's back down the inside of Nocom at turn 5. She's retaken second place, but all the hard work they had closing the original gap on Perico has now vanished once again. He has got a half a second lead, and actually this could be helping Qureshi, who at that same time it was all kicking off here, has just put in a fastest lap of the race.
Aaron Qureshi, of course, let's not forget, yesterday had his best final result to date, his first podium of the year. It was a P3, and now looks within this weekend, within Sunday, to be setting himself up potentially to match that or to better it later on in the final. But he's still got 3 racing laps left to go to get himself away from Poulsen, Devon Titz and Mick Klinkers. Eyes and ears back on these 2 drivers. Julia Anglard, this is the highest up we have seen her so far within a heat in 2026. She's pushed ahead so far this weekend. The circuit, I would say, really suits her driving style. She's out there, very smooth indeed. She's not using too much on that front end. You don't see too much lateral movement on the wheel to scrub that tyre too much or overheat things. Nocom is still looking directly at the back of the Discover Your Drive back driver, who could be one of the drivers for the initiative to get onto the podium this weekend. We did not have that yesterday. In fact, we've not had that since Andy Stewart was on the podium out in Valencia.
Indeed. And of course, Simmons there as well in Valencia, putting that on the podium in the senior. Right, here we go. Round that final turn. Perico still leads from Anglard. 0.6 of a second is the gap. Nocom still there third from Qureshi. Poulsen, Titz from Klinkers. Jane from Shaheenaj. Coyne still running at the top 10. Andy Stewart, as we were just talking about there. 11th place for the moment, ahead of Gonzalez. Galero still there in 13th place. Has had a tough run, quick in qualifying. He's not been able to put it into the race performance.
No, not quite. But of course, you know, qualifying racing is completely different. Within the racing, you've not just got to have the pace, you've got to have the racecraft as well. You've got to understand where to position the kart, how to defend, how to go for those overtakes, and how to set things up as well. So for some drivers, it's not just come into life yet. Out of the final corner, Perico will enter onto his last lap of qualifying heats. Again, probably having a bit of deja vu out there, this time 7.5 tenths clear from Anglard and Nocom, who are currently sat in P2 and P3, but not a million miles away from Aaron Qureshi now. Qureshi still deploying something within this race, still looking strong, especially with that purple lap. But half a lap left to go. Existing big movers, Tika Mir, better than her first qualifying heat earlier on. It's now up by 10 places to be sat in P17. But there is the driver. There's the one that's not been taken down at all from that top spot since he won his first qualifying heat of the weekend yesterday morning. Nicolo Perico, the Mercedes Italian, one more corner left to go to take another qualifying heat win and set himself up on pole.
Yep, this is exactly what the Italian, how he wanted to start the day, and he's done it again. Over the line, Perico will take pole position for the final in spectacular fashion once more, ahead of Julia Anglard and Axel Nocom. A great position for them to be in, but for Perico, he's going to emulate what he did yesterday. And can the Italian stand once more on that top step of the podium in the final? Only time will tell. But you have to remember, Anglard and Nocom both got very close in that qualifying heat. For a brief moment, it wasn't going the Italians' way. But could there be a new story in that final? We'll have to wait and see. Atika Mir, the biggest mover in that race, 9 places gained. That tough qualifying recovers to 18th place. There's your full results at the end of that one. Perico taking the win ahead of Julia Angelard, Axel Nocom from Aran Qureshi. Devon Tits finishing in 5th place ahead of Benjamin Paulsen and Mick Klinkers. Mittens Jane from Lawrence Sahinaj. Zoltan Koini from Joaquin Calero finishing in 11th place. Alonso Gonzalez finishes ahead of both the stewards, Andy and Johnson Stewart, in that order. Round out the top 14 ahead of Enzo Stambach, who does round out the top 15. Ene Soriana finishing ahead of David Vasquez and Atika Mir. Grabowski and Edith Maglareda rounding out the top 21 positions. I'll see Alessandro Gonzalez and Manuel Kalendi rounding out the top 23 ahead of Miyazaki, Christian Feylund, Ollie Brunt, Max Lufa and Zhal Naravachis rounding out the 28 finishers. Dina Izumi, Abdul Al-Majidi and Adela Prasova, unfortunately, all retiring from that first lap incident at turn number 2. But there again, another familiar sight. The young Italian unfazed here as he'll be heading into the final on pole position. A great drive there for the young man. And the young junior driver, back by Mercedes, delivering once more here. Into the tram lines, these are your highlights, and again, strong getaway for the inside line, which did of course benefit Julia Angelard, Benjamin Paulsen and Perico. Nocom just having to settle there down into 4th place, did manage to recover up into 2nd place at one point, as there the drama unfazed in the background, and unfortunately the 3 drivers off the road, Prasova, Al-Majidi and Izumi, unfortunately going no further in that race. Action at the front, there was a clear breakaway for the top 3, which did involve Perico, Angelard and Nocom. Later, before we saw the overtakes coming in thick and fast, and there you can see one of those early overtakes there, which just saw Benjamin Paulsen having to sweep down into that field. Paulsen then having to deal with the next train of drivers just behind, which saw Devon Tits recover through, and Aran Qureshi, both of them gaining 4 places in that race to squeeze through in the early phase of it, which would allow the top 3 to break away and slowly close in for a lead fight. And this was that first overtake for that lead fight. It came on lap number 5. Angelard down the inside, Perico trying to squeeze the inside line. Later had to wait for the hairpin. The up and under here for Nocom, able to squeeze through as well. Just kept his nose down the inside into turn 13, and that was able to get him there into P2. Didn't hold that for much longer though. Angelard would fight back and immediately take that P2 away. No more racing from that point for the top drivers. They would stay line astern from that moment onwards. Then we saw Devon Tits start to push his way forward. The other one of the Mercedes junior drivers there getting up 4 places and into P5. Perico taking the win though from Angelard and Nocom, puts him on pole position later on today for that final. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well, then, not too much to worry about so far today for Nicolo Perico. Perico, again, you've got it to the line at that top spot. Again, early on in the race, you do get chased and then you open up the gap. For you, what is it that's causing that?
Well, I wasn't pushing at all, but there was some times that I was pushing. Also, last lap, I was like, now I show my potential. But yeah, we are pretty fast, so let's see what we can do in the final. Angelard overtook me, and after a few corners, I overtook her again. And after I said, now I have to push to try to go away, and I pushed and I go away.
And Nicolo, you quite quickly actually overtook Julia. For you, how much do you actually think about it, or is it quite natural that the car just ends up in that gap that she left?
No, well, I think it's natural because I leave a good space to just go in. But yeah, I tried and after immediately when I could overtake, I just go in because I said or now or never, because after if you close good, it's really hard to overtake again in this track.
Nicolo, thank you very much. 2 out of 2 and pole for the final later on. That's your first pole sitter confirmed for those finals this afternoon. We'll head back up then because 2 more qualifying heats left to go. First up, Mini 60.
Thank you, Nicole Sutherland. Mini 60 will be the next heat on circuit. And again, back to the full 36 runners in the class, and looking forward to seeing how they can get on in this one. Let's quickly remind you of those results earlier on in the Mini 60 qualifying Heat 1. Again, another very busy old race after a very tough run in qualifying. So a real shake-up of the grid order. Chester Fawkes was able to squeeze his way through to the race lead. He started at P8. He was part of one of the groups that was struggling in qualifying in terms of track position. There was a big group of them that crossed the line to start their first time lap with only about 56 seconds remaining of the session, which means they only got 1 lap in for their session, and a lot of them tripped over each other, which put half of the field down the order. We did see some big movers through the field from that. Kralev, one of them, with 16 places gained. Jonas Tam also with 16 places gained. Cesar Baradas with 16 places gained. Chloe Begill with 12 places gained. Mason Hibbert did push through that field a bit. Unfortunately, I think a 5-second time penalty put him back down to 23rd place. So a tough run in that, and a tough run again for other drivers as well. A lot of 5-second and 10-second time penalties going out in that first race. I can imagine for a lot of nose cones in that one. Yeah, I can see some nose cones out there. For Chester Fawkes, though, he managed to hold on to that lead and that win. Philippos Trillis, though, from Greece, the pole sitter from time qualifying, P2 in that race earlier on. A great drive there for the young man from Greece, and certainly looking like one of the front runners for a potential podium later on today in that final. There you can see Dan Ashton makes the climb up onto the gantry. Very warm out there, but he's dealing with it very, very well indeed. So rest of the drivers' results on this one. Another good result as well for the Bulgarian, Maxim Madzarov, who finished that one in 3rd place in that first race. Now he's back there, of course, P3 on the inside line behind Trillis. He will have Albert Poulsen for company. Poulsen was one of those names that didn't get the greatest runs in that one. It's still a strong result, P12 for him, but a drop of 7 places. It was a tough start to his race, having to deal with the likes of Pelin, Lopez, Oliveira, all of that as well, and Pelin as well, also with a downward trajectory. 4 places lost. He did finish, 2 places lost, sorry, finished that one in P4 after he started on that front row of the grid. There is race director Martin Bean. He's in timekeeping. There is timekeeping, and then we're just to the left of that one. There you go. If I wave my hand through that window, you can probably see it. Here we go. Engines have fired up. We are ready for Mini 60. Here's the grid for it. Philippos Trillis back on pole position. Mateo Pelin joining him alongside. Maxim Madzarov joins Cooper Lopez on row 2 from Albert Poulsen, and Gustavo Oliveira on row number 3. Anna Mackham and Chester Fawkes go from row number 4. Both of them having a very strong race earlier on, but Fawkes taking the win. Sviridenko starts alongside Gori Dulev on row number 5. At row 6 is Pietro Zorzi and Samar Chopra, with Dominic Vera and Gianoppo Pacheco on row number 7. With the first half of the field being Caden Caldera, Gavin Leger, Eduardo Alessandro and Nicolas Benito.
Shortly after that, on row number 10, then it's Leonid Zarikov alongside Maximilian Schilling. Row number 11, it's Aviv Dahan, who needs a good race after a DNF earlier on. He'll be starting alongside Ben Gullen. Row number 12, we've got Leopoldo Santos with Mason Hibbert, your final winner from yesterday, but a driver that had, of course, that 5-second penalty earlier on after getting up the order. And just behind Hibbert, it will be row number 13 with Carmen Silva and Ilias Sami. 14th row, Mohamed Wibawo with Win Godschuk, who also had a DNF earlier on. And then from row number 15, Leo Kralev and Jonas Tam made up really good progress earlier on. Both drivers getting inside of the top 15 spots on your road. 16th row is Parnica Nandaluri with Guillaume Cole. And from 17, Adam Piervusi's Chloe McGill. 18 rows in total, 36 mini-60s, a packed out field. Luashu Methabula also had a DNF earlier on, alongside Mexico's Cesar Baradas to round out your grid. Drivers then looking to make up positions, looking to push their way through, but it's Chester Forks that looks to hold on to those points, and that top spot so far has not, of course, taken a final win so far this year. Those honours have gone to Klinkers, Godschuk, Sammy and Hibbert. So that sixth final of the year later on remains wide open. Could actually be anybody's game if we're going off of what we watched yesterday, where it got, I'd say chaos could have been a good word. At certain points, you know, the fight for P2 was alive throughout the entire race. This time, however, qualifying heat, and we'll have to find out about those finals later on as somebody's in some trouble and somebody looks to chase up to the rest of the field there. Telling round very slowly at the back.
Yes, indeed. One driver there just reaching to the back. I think it possibly could have been...
Is it Nicholas Benitez? No. That's a problem for the 954. That is a breakdown on circuit.
That's Aviv Dahan, and yeah, that is a challenging situation. No, I think it was Silva Carmen Kavakian who was just trying to rejoin at the back of the field after a challenging start there. Right, anyway, let's see if we're racing. Answer is yes. Lights are out. We are racing towards turn one. It's a strong start for the front row. Look at Pelin, though, round the outside. He's going to take the race lead here. Beautifully started there for the Italian as the kart in the background that we lost earlier on, Aviv Dahan, is still struggling to get that machine started. Hasn't technically started the race yet, but has got going. There's drama at turn two. Multiple drivers here. Eduardo Alessandro, Leopoldo Santos, Silva Carmen Kavakian, Ilias Sami, I think, was caught out in that one. He's got going again. Kralev is there.
Red flag.
Nandaluri and Chloe McGill. The red flag is out. It's our first red flag of the day. It's a significant hit into the barriers there at turn two. So the drivers will be stopped on the start-finish straight. That is, of course, on the opening lap, which means it's a full race restart. There'll be a repair window if it's possible to do so. A lot of marshals, a lot of officials on scene there with the incident at turn two, which has involved a handful of drivers. We do hope they are all okay. And, of course, this field now will all be brought to a complete stop then on that start-finish line. And they are all still trying to get those overtakes in. I think they're trying to reorder themselves at the same time as being told to stop. But let's see how this one progresses then. So red flag out then on the opening lap of the Minis for qualifying Heat 2. That'll put a slight pause on proceedings here. And with it being an opening lap incident, that does mean a full race restart and, of course, a repair window that will be offered if it's needed for drivers. That is usually a 15-minute window. Of course, they will see a complete grid. Any nose cones will be reset. It'll be like this race didn't even start. And unfortunately, we'll have to wait a bit of time for that one. So drivers out of the karts then. As they take spots in the shade, I can imagine, as we wait for this to be cleared away. But not the start we were expecting or wanted for the Mini-60s here, with that drama unfolding at post 2. So a pause here in the racing, if you are only just joining us. But Nicole, never a nice way to start a race.
No, absolutely not. And Aviv Dahan is still parked out there at turn number 9. Of course, was not involved in the incident at that first corner, but was one of those drivers that struggled to get it going and is now looking to maybe not start. It did look like a potential mechanical gremlin out there. As there is Ross Upton with we've got Martin Bean, your race director, Gonzalo Planta now down on the track, as well as Raul Boss there looking to sort out these carts and file them back into order. Of course, the mechanics will be quite quickly on the sidelines and will be discussing things with those drivers. But of course, repair window should be coming into play for these drivers. And because it was on that first lap, like Anthony called it, will be going again.
Indeed. So they will get these reordered. And there you can see some of our delegates from the technical team. So what happened at post 2 here? It's a little further back, so there's a spin right into the middle. Oh, that's a big moment there. Driver up and over. Can confirm that the driver is okay. Reports that they are up and walking around and arguing a little bit with everyone about who hit me. So good to see that they're okay. Scary moment, though, for the Minis in that incident. But that has brought that red flag out. And, of course, with that, there is going to be a significant delay here to the restart, of course, with that repair window. So I think at this point, we will take a short pause in the racing action. We will be back in a few moments' time as we ascertain the details. And there you can see the mechanics getting a quick brief at the start of this one. We'll take a short break then. Do not go anywhere. We'll see you in a few moments' time.
When you're racing out on the track, you need to be at one with the car. You need to sense every minute detail. You need to feel every camber of the curb. And crucially, that moment in the middle of the corner where you feel the grip and put the power down. It all starts with the right seat. Playseat is bringing you closer to the cockpit than ever before, with a range of models for gamers of all abilities and budgets. And I'm going to try 3 of them out here. There's the Challenge, the Formula Instinct, and the Formula Intelligence models. I'm going to see how they measure up to the real thing and how they can enhance your sim racing experience. Let's start with the Playseat Challenge. With a quick 10-second storage and setup, this seems like the perfect gateway into sim racing for gamers of all ages. There's only one way to know for sure though. I like the fact that we can adjust the steering wheel angle and move the pedals around. So actually I could get it the way I would like in terms of the steering position. The steering is really stable. I'm putting quite a bit of force through these fast corners. And likewise for the pedals as well. You keep thinking it's going to slide away from you, but actually I'm pressing the brake pedal pretty hard and it's not moving. So I'm quite impressed. I really do like driving Zambo. It's such a cool circuit. Given how roomy this chair feels, I am a bit surprised at how compact it can be. When the Playseat Challenge arrived, I was a bit confused because the box was actually really small and compact, but it does genuinely fold that small. I think if you're new to sim racing and you wanted a first touch point with the game, this is probably a good option for you. And actually, because it's comfy, you can spend hours at it before you decide to commit more money to it. Now I'm going to try the Playseat Formula Instinct F1 Edition. Now as soon as I've got in it, it immediately feels familiar. because it recreates the driving position I felt throughout my career. Let's see what it's like when I get going. The X-Adapt frame is really handy because you're able to really customize every part of the seat structure for your own body. You can adjust the angle of the steering and of course move the seat forward and backwards to get exactly where you want for a long night of sim racing. Just coming through the final corner. Yep, get the DRS open. The Moduform pads that I've got in my lower back are really good actually, which is ideal when you want to get on the brakes, especially for the slower corners. The steering wheel is super rigid on the frame, which is great because when you're going through these fast corners, changing one direction to the other, that's exactly what you want. You don't want the thing moving around. Is it decent lap? Decent lap. Let's keep going. The seating position with your bum going low and your legs coming back up high is exactly how you have it in all Formula 1 cars, really. On the whole, I think the seat is super comfortable. I think for someone who's a bit more serious about their gaming and simming, this is really impressive because you feel genuinely like you're sitting in the cockpit of a race car. Now, I've been excited to try this model for some time, the Playseat Formula Intelligence F1 Edition, because it's been designed with the help of real F1 drivers and also some of the top sim racers on the planet. Let's see what it's like. Being in this seating position definitely makes it so immersive that you feel like you genuinely are in a race. Your mind takes over and tells you that you're in an actual race. You feel very much at one with the car, as a part of the car, and as a part of this race. The Formula Intelligence has the monitor built in and integrated into the frame, and that really means that your field of vision and your depth is very accurate and truly immersive. Tell you what, my palms are sweating, so I think I've gotten a bit too immersed in this experience. The force lock system allows you to move everything around to really create a bespoke seating experience and make it super comfy for exactly how you would want it as a driver. The seat padding is obviously of a very high quality material. It feels very comfy, very supportive on my lower back. Racing is all about chasing the last hundredth of performance and looking for marginal gains. And if you can be comfortable and if you can be fully immersed in the car, you could really unlock some extra speed, I think. So on the whole, it's been very impressive in terms of how you feel at one with the car, how you can be consistent with it as well, lap after lap, because the frame doesn't move. You feel it's solid, so you can just keep working on your own driving and try and improve. Well, as you can imagine, I've had a hell of a lot of fun trying out these 3 different seats today. And there really is something for everyone out there. The Playseat Challenge is super convenient and user-friendly and seems like the perfect way to start your sim racing journey. But if you're looking to take your sim racing to all new heights and recreate that true F1 experience, then I have to say that both the Formula Instinct and the Formula Intelligence have really impressed me today. Whatever you're looking for, you can secure your seat for next season at playseat.com. I'll see you on the track.
Instead of the traditional system, we've built a school specifically for athletes and anyone who needs a more flexible education. We provide a full school curriculum including GCSEs and A-levels, mentoring support from ex-athletes like myself, and the ability to study from anywhere in the world at any time. Welcome to MBA, the #1 school for athletes.
Hi, I'm Kai, I'm 14 years old, I'm a caster for Chaos Sport and I'm an MBA athlete.
What's the #1 thing you like about MBA?
The flexibility, because it allows me to train and kart when I need to. You can balance racing and your education.
I would recommend MBA because it's a very nice school for all people that do sports, and even if you don't need to do sports, if you want proper schooling without going anywhere, this is definitely the best school.
When you're racing out on the track, you need to be at one with the car. You need to sense every minute detail. You need to feel every camber of the curve. And crucially, that moment in the middle of the corner where you feel the grip and put the power down. It all starts with the right seat. Playseat is bringing you closer to the cockpit than ever before, with a range of models for gamers of all abilities and budgets. And I'm going to try 3 of them out here. There's the Challenge, the Formula Instinct, and the Formula Intelligence models. I'm going to see how they measure up to the real thing and how they can enhance your sim racing experience. Let's start with the Playseat Challenge. With a quick 10-second storage and setup, this seems like the perfect gateway into sim racing for gamers of all ages. There's only one way to know for sure though. I like the fact that we can adjust the steering wheel angle and move the pedals around. So actually I could get it the way I would like in terms of the steering position. The steering is really stable. I'm putting quite a bit of force through these fast corners, and likewise for the pedals as well. You keep thinking it's going to slide away from you, but actually I'm pressing the brake pedal pretty hard and it's not moving, so I'm quite impressed. I really do like driving Zandvoort. It's such a cool circuit. Given how roomy this chair feels, I am a bit surprised at how compact it can be. When the Playseat Challenge arrived, I was a bit confused because the box was actually really small and compact, but it does genuinely fold that small. I think if you're new to sim racing and you wanted a first touch point with the game, this is probably a good option for you. And actually, because it's comfy, you could spend hours at it before you decide to commit more money to it. Now I'm going to try the Playseat Formula Instinct F1 Edition. Now as soon as I've got in it, it immediately feels familiar because it recreates the driving position I felt throughout my career. Let's see what it's like when I get going. The X-Adapt frame is really handy because you're able to really customize every part of the seat structure for your own body. You can adjust the angle of the steering and of course move the seat forward and backwards to get exactly where you want for a long night of sim racing. Just coming through the final corner. Yep, get the DRS open. The Moduform pads that I've got in my lower back are really good actually, which is ideal when you want to get on the brakes, especially for the slower corners. The steering wheel is super rigid on the frame, which is great because when you're going through these fast corners, changing one direction to the other, that's exactly what you want. You don't want the thing moving around. There's a decent lap, let's keep going. The seating position with your bum going low and your legs coming back up high is exactly how you have it in all Formula 1 cars really. On the whole, I think the seat is super comfortable. I think for someone who's a bit more serious about their gaming and simming, this is really impressive because you feel genuinely like you're sitting in the cockpit of a race car. Now I've been excited to try this model for some time, the Playseat Formula Intelligence F1 Edition, because it's been designed with the help of real F1 drivers and also some of the top sim racers on the planet. Let's see what it's like. Being in this seating position definitely makes it so immersive that you feel like you genuinely are in a race. Your mind takes over and tells you that you're in an actual race. You feel very much at one with the car, as a part of the car, and as a part of this race. The Formula Intelligence has the monitor built in and integrated into the frame, and that really means that your field of vision and your depth is very accurate and truly immersive. Tell you what, my palms are sweating, so I think I've gotten a bit too immersed in this experience. The force lock system allows you to move everything around to really create a bespoke seating experience and make it super comfy for exactly how you would want it as a driver. The seat padding is obviously of a very high quality material. It feels very comfy, very supportive on my lower back. Racing is all about chasing the last hundredth of performance and looking for marginal gains. And if you can be comfortable and if you can be fully immersed in the car, you could really unlock some extra speed, I think. So on the whole, it's been very impressive in terms of how you feel at one with the car, how you can be consistent with it as well, lap after lap, because the frame doesn't move. You feel it's solid, so you can just keep working on your own driving and try and improve. Well, as you can imagine, I've had a hell of a lot of fun trying out these 3 different seats today, and there really is something for everyone out there. The Play Seat Challenge is super convenient and user-friendly, and seems like the perfect way to start your sim racing journey. But if you're looking to take your sim racing to all new heights and recreate that true F1 experience, then I have to say that both the Formula Instinct and the Formula Intelligence have really impressed me today. Whatever you're looking for, you can secure your seat for next season at playseat.com. I'll see you on the track.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the live coverage here of the Champions of the Future Academy program. If you are only just joining us, we have had a red flag in the Mini 60 race on the opening lap, which did unfortunately bring a pause to the racing. With that, it brought out a repair window. As you can see, the drivers are back in their karts. They are ready to go. There was a repair window which does still have 25 seconds remaining of it. I can see a lot of the karts have got back onto the grid. albeit one of them, Nicholas Benito's kart, is not there to be seen, but I think he wasn't really racing earlier on. And then Leo Kralev's kart is not there either, and that with 5 seconds left to go, if they are not on the grid, they will not be racing. That is the timer done and dusted. We will be missing 2 karts then from this race. The 812 machine and the 860 machine will not be on the grid. Everyone else has made it back to the grid. There was quite a few karts that were missing. Eduardo Alessandro's machine was missing, Aviv Dahan's, Leopard Santos's machine, and Chloe McGill's machine were all missing from the grid. They've been repaired now and are back on the grid. Myself, Anthony Jordan, Nicole Sutherland, ready for this race at Mini 60 with a full race restart.
Yeah, so I think Leo Kralev was one of those drivers that was involved in that first corner incident. I do think he was the driver that experienced that roll, so it could just be the case that that repair window was not quite enough for the mechanic to get the kart repaired, or that Leo is just not quite ready for this second qualifying heat. Of course, they will have the finals later on, so those missing drivers do have one more opportunity later this afternoon. But for now, Trollis and Mattia Pellin will be at the top once more to go into a round of racing, as there is Raul Boss, then your pre-grid officer for this weekend, under the guidance of Sensei Ross Upton, getting ready to set these drivers off. And there we go, green flag waved by our start-finish marshal, and your grid back into life for their second qualifying heat of the day.
Indeed, engines have fired back up again. 1 or 2 of them a little bit slow off the line, but they have got going. These karts are all about momentum. They are not quick off the line at all. And there you can see one of them actually grinding to a halt there. That's not very good at all. That, I think, is Aviv Dahan, who was one of the drivers who had their karts in the repair area and has brought it back onto the circuit, and there you can see it's not fired into life there.
Yeah, so Aviv was not involved in that first corner incident, but he, on the rolling up lap of the previous attempt at start, couldn't get it going. He actually ended up parked at post 9, so I think he's got some sort of mechanical gremlin going on. He's now being assisted by Darren Clark, head of technical, as well as the team of Paralin, to try and get TM fired into life, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough for Aviv Dahan. Gets pushed, foot on the power, down towards that first corner. It is rolling, he is going, wheels are turning, but I just don't think he's getting the power out of the thing. I don't think Aviv is going to be able to complete this qualifying heat, and there again looks to potentially grind to a halt. There is just no rev out of that. No,
and it's uphill from there as well, so that kart is just not going to go then for him, which is quite the shame. But the race has still got one more lap before it actually gets underway. Another formation lap, but we will be one more kart missing from this. So Aviv Dahan also going no further in this race, and that is a big shame for the young man.
Yeah, big shame indeed. But of course, as that final later on, you would expect for Aviv, he's going to have to start at the back because his first qualifying heat maybe wasn't the result he would have wanted. Didn't manage to climb up too much. In fact, he actually had a DNF earlier on. So for Aviv, day sort of starts to go from bad to worse. But your field are going to be unbothered because it is just another position gained for the rest of the drivers that were supposed to be starting behind Dahan. Names of course like Mason Hibbert, Leopoldo Santos, Carmen Silva, Ilya Sami, Win Godschalk and Mohamed Wibovo as well. Second formation lap now almost to a close and almost complete. Front row, Greece's Philippos Trollos and Italy's Mattia Pellin look to start us racing once again.
And certainly do. Right, here we go then into the final sector, in towards those tram lines. We'll be racing, first time of asking here on this effective restart. Take 2 for Heat 2. As we enter the tram lines, we are racing towards turn number 1. Strong getaway for the field then as they head down in towards turn number 1. Again, it's a good start for Mattia Pellin. He leads the way as they climb up the hill for the first time. A strong getaway for the field here. But how will the rest of the field cope as they push their way through in this top section? But let's see if this all gets away well for the field. As they make their way up into the top section of the track. Bit of dust is kicked up in the background, but everyone, relatively decent start there, Nicole.
Ooh, a couple of drivers that are in the mix there, dropping a wheel off the circuit. And of course, very dusty indeed when these drivers go off onto the grass. There's a lot of sand that exists on the exit parts of the Leopard circuit. Oh, a big send down the inside. Forks back into contention. Mattia Pellin, of course, at the race start, actually caught Filipos Trollos half asleep, went round the outside, sort of just held things and instantly got into the race lead. But look at the race lead change already. Here comes Chester Forks. Forks has caught things. Didn't actually see where Chester managed to pull that one off, but he now is the controller, the commander and the main warrior of this second Mini 60 qualifying heat. Again, sends down the inside. This time it's Trollos. This time Trollos back into P3.
Yeah, certainly so. So Forks leads the way then from Cooper Lopez. Trollos there third as they've pushed forward. Gustavo Oliveira is there in fourth place from Pellin. Dulev Chopra Leger from Madzarov, who's not had the best start there, has dropped down to ninth place. Albert Paulson rounds out the top 10. Big look down the inside there. That is Trollos again up into second place past Lopez. Pellin's moved up as well. Madzarov moved up. Schilling's moved up as well. So has Baradas and Vera. They've moved up in 15th and 16th place as well. Hibbert's on his charge back to 24th place from Cole. Chloe McGill on an 8th place gain right now is also in a strong getaway. Yellow flags are out, and it looks like we've gone slow procedure here at this point of the race.
Again.
It is Win God's Chalk that has tumbled down to the bottom of the field. I think maybe with Jonas Tam off the road as well.
Well, Tam and Godschalk were glued together in their starting positions. Tam, of course, had a really good first qualifying heat for Win Godschalk. However, it was a DNF and now looks to go 2 for 2 with those 3 letters. So yellow flags are out for these drivers. It is a yellow procedure, a slow procedure out there. No overtaking permitted for the other 31 drivers that still find themselves in contention to finish this race. It gives us an opportunity to talk about the promotion these drivers have had. Again, for the second time in a row, Chester Forks has moved up 7 places to be the main name in this qualifying heat. We've then had Samar Chopra move up by 5, matched by Gordy Dulev, who's also achieved that. Schilling, 10 places, but it's not better than Cesar Baradas, 21 positions already after only 2 racing laps. In fact, only really a lap and a half of full complete racing that wasn't under yellows.
That, I can imagine, is that meme that we see all the time of nice, is what is being said by Baradas there. Because that is how you like to start a race. 21 places gained, the same for Lawasha Metabula, 13 places gained, and of course Max Schilling with his 10. Race is neutralised at the moment then, so any advantage that Chester Forks had as well in this early phase, I mean, it's still a good advantage. He's got 7 place gain to put him into P1, is still having to bunch the pack up. It brings Trulis, Lopez, Pellin, the whole field back into play here. But we'll have to wait and see. It looks like we could be going for one more final lap at the end of this one of slow procedures. I am starting to see static yellow flags, but we'll have to wait and see what happens here, because I think they are just removing the last carts from that incident down there at turn 1. So maybe it is another lap that we've got here, because still seeing waved yellows out there. And Deputy Race Director Dan Ashton is running at this moment. I think he's trying to lay some information down to the marshals that are down there with one of those carts. And we'll have to wait and see. So a little bit of a wait here for the drivers. Obviously, while this is happening, the race is still counting down here, Nicole. We are lap number 5 of this race. 4 laps are completed. It's only a 7-lapper, so we're going to have a little bit of a shootout here at the end.
Yeah, this is good news for Chester Forks. When we're under a procedure like this for a race leader, it's actually quite a good moment, because it reduces the time, it reduces the chances of them getting overtaken, because we're not under racing conditions. We're still under waved yellow flags, so that means that we're not going racing just yet. You see that once the flags go static out there. But when we do go racing, like you said there, Anthony, it is going to be a sprint race. It's going to be an absolute jump to the line.
Certainly will be, but we're going to have to wait just that little bit more. As right, now we have static yellow flags. This then, I can imagine, will be the last lap. I'm still seeing some waved ones out there, but I think the drivers, mixed messages here for the field right now. Let's see if we are going to be starting this time around for the field, because at this moment they are, of course, briefed on static yellow flags on this last lap, and then we show the green. So will this be another lap then under yellow that we see for the drivers here? Or will we see a restart on this? So obviously at this moment the results stay the same. If you are watching at home, apologies that there are no graphics on the screen. There is at this moment a problem in the background with the timing, so they are working on that. We have got timing in the commentary box. It is the offline timing. If you are here at the circuit, you can also get that offline timing as well. Right then, looks like we're going to go for a start this time around. Field is bunched up then at the front. Chester Forks will lead the field then as we go green and racing once more here at the Leopard circuit in Viterbo. Down towards turn one. Good start then for Forks. Trulis though, Lopez, Pellin, Dulov are all there in tow as they climb up the hill for the first time. Who's going to make the first leap of faith here? Anyone inside that top five group? No is the answer. They all stay firm. There is change in the background, though. Samad Chopra had a good run. He got up into P5. Dulev there, Madzarov, Schilling, Paulson, they all gained through that first major braking zone. But crucially, Forks leads and is already starting to open up a gap here.
2-lap shootout for our drivers, but it's great news for Chester Forks, who now looks to push away from the names behind. Tronos doing a good job there to control that P2, and just behind Lopez and Mattia Pellin involved. Or down the inside comes Samir Chopra, but Chopra's going to lose out. He's going to leave things open and he's going to invite in Gordy Dulev, Maxim Azorov and Max Schilling as well. Out of the final corner, however, it will be Chester Forks to see that checkered flag is out, but maybe was it missed there by Chester Forks? It didn't come out until a little bit later on. Let's see the body language and the way Forks is now driving. So Forks is still on the racing line here. It was a very, very late notification for Chester indeed. The rest of the drivers just behind did see that. Could just be from our position of the camera angle or the commentary box, but we'll see what Chester does. Out of that second sector will barrel speed down the hill. Pace-wise is still running round in pace that you would see from a race leader. I don't think he saw that checkered. I think he saw that last lap board notification.
Yeah.
But for the rest of the field, you know, what did they see? Were they
They're
looking
still
at
racing
things?
as well.
I think half of the grid are sort of racing and half of the grid aren't. Chester Forks out of the final couple of corners, still pushing, still has that pace. And yeah, I think there was a miscommunication for our field there of Mini 60s.
I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of these go round again, and they are going round again. That Chester Forks came in.
Look,
now,
half are, half aren't.
Yeah, that's a real mix up there for the field of Mini 60, and yeah, that is, I don't think half of them realised that there was a checker flag there, and that is quite something to deal with, and I'm sure the officials will be looking into that one. But Mini 60 then is done and dusted, I believe, on that one. Checker flag has come out. Chester Forks has taken the win. There he is on the weighbridge. He might be thinking now, why is half the cart still out there? Of course, he may be thinking, have I lost that race? Don't worry, Chester. You have taken the checker flag, and you have won that race from Tulis, Pellin, Lopez, Chopra, Dulev, Madzarov, Schilling, Paulson and Oliveira have rounded out the top 10. This is it now. There's the checker flag. Yeah, the front two didn't see it. So that is quite interesting. And you're seeing some hands thrown up there. You're seeing a bit of confusion, but that checker flag was there. It was on the screen as well that the Finnish flag had gone out. But half the field there just seemingly not seeing it. And obviously it was a lengthy, slow procedure there. that did slow that grid down. And, of course, maybe they were just thinking they forget that the laps still count down and thought they still had a few laps to go. And, yeah, that wasn't the case, unfortunately. Forks then has taken that race win. With that, is going to look at a pole position start for that final later on today. Trillis there second from Pelin, Lopez, Chopra, Dulev, Madzarov from Schilling, Paulson, Oliveira, Gustavo Oliveira rounding out that top 10. Cesar Barradas there, 23 places gained, definitely the biggest mover throughout that one. And these are the highlights. Well, there won't be, unfortunately, too many of them. A lot of that under slow procedure. The race start here, I believe this was the restart, the beautiful run around the outside for Matej Pelin. Under categories, no, this was the first race one. Yes, and there, that's a terrible incident, which thankfully all the drivers were okay. The only thing that wasn't okay was Leo Kralev's kart. He was okay. His machine was not. Yes, unfortunately, he wasn't able to get that one going. This was the restart. A carbon copy start there for the likes of Matej Pelin. He was able to get the run on the outside line here and able to sweep through. They kind of squeezed Trillis there a little bit. He did recover back to second place. Then there was a slow procedure, unfortunately, a couple of moments later, which did involve Win Godschalk, unfortunately, who has had a bit of a tough old entry into this one. He was a late arrival. He was racing elsewhere in the world and then was thrown into this one, and unfortunately, it's just not gone his way here. This point, we were still away and racing. There was a good breakaway for Forks at this point. They were starting to really open up those gaps. That is how Trillis got himself back into second place, and I don't think he realised how important that overtake would have been at that point of the race. When the race had restarted, we got going again. It's evolved into effectively a one-lap shootout at this point, and all these drivers just went on to see what they can achieve. It was a very lucky start then for Chester Forks, who was able to keep off the rest of the pack. This is how we saw the Italian of Matej Pelin get back up into third place at the expense of the rest. The checker flag came out, and there was the end of the matter of that race, and Mini 60 would come to a conclusion, and clean-up operation done and dusted already, and the seniors are already making their way out onto the track. So let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup then for the senior grid. Qualifying Heat 2, which will once again see Michael Zion on that front row of the grid, primed and ready to start alongside Bruno Blanco of Italy on the front row. Casper Reipold and Sophia Sage, they will go from row number 2. They will see Veer Chopra and Gary Teixeira on row number 3. Elias Laman and Damien Baez will go from row number 4. They round out the top 8 ahead of Angelina Simmons and Warwick Milam, who round out the top 10 on row number 5. In Eurostad and Emil Brutton, they go from row number 6. They will see Silas Elefson and Amelia Vishamirska on row 7. They will see Dragrat Tatoja, final winner from yesterday, start alongside Emmanuel Leodikis on row number 8. Marcel Matijevic and Felipe Benito, they go from row number 9 with Vanessa Shilkaneta and Roberto Bass on row 10. Jose Schreimer and Tatiana Alexieva, they'll take row number 11 in the top 22. Oliver Ogmo-Hodge and Arsen Jolovic on row 12 from Jan Michaleshko and Franco Escotto on row 13. Sera Kojima and Amelia Pauli go from row 14. Nicodemo Secchi and Clelia Sodu go from row 15 with Marcela Rasumsau and Eric Kozlowski on row number 16 with Manuel Caseda, Adam Rybitz and Beatrice Costa rounding out the rest of the 35-car field ahead of this senior race. They were out so quickly, we've not had time to go over what happened earlier on. Nicole Sutherland, do pray tell what happened in that first race.
Well, Michael Zions then converted a pole position into a qualifying heat win, his first in quite some time, of course. He finished things off ahead of Veer Chopra and Bruno Blanco. So within your top 3, Chopra made up some positions. It was 3 in total, with the rest of your top 5 being rounded out by Angelina Simmons and Casper Reipold. A number of names actually lost out within that race. Felipe Ramos there did lose out in the end. It was a big loss of 11 positions. Franco Escotto also, but one more qualifying heat left to go. Revs will raise then, drivers into the lines, and the lights are out in towards turn number 1. Of course, Zion's most optimal line holds on to things, and Casper Reipold looks to follow through as drama unfolds into that first corner. Again, drivers just not managing to get things sorted out, as that's 2 of the F1 Academy Discover Your Drive drivers out of this one, and it looks to me potentially to be Vanessa Schilkenator as one of those names.
Angelina Simmons is the other who's been caught out there, the young lady from Spain.
Pauli is involved in this one as well, so Emilia Pauli is there. I can see Angie desperately trying to get that car back into life, is trying to restart things, but I'm not quite sure if it's going to be enough, as I think every senior parked at that first corner has decided to abandon this race.
Yeah, indeed. Inja Rostad is there, Mil Bratton is there, Emilia Vechemirska, as you were calling there, Emilia Pauli is one, and Manuel Caseda all involved in that incident. Yellow flags are out, of course, into turn 1, and all the marshals there waiting to pick up the pieces. There is still a kart there, borderline on the racing line through turn 2. They're trying to clear that. Of course, the field just coming through very quickly here has brought the field back into play. We are still green and racing. No slow procedure has come out for this moment. It is still Zions who leads the way as, Marcel Matijevic has just had a disaster. I think he's had a rotation. Yes, he has. Just out of post number 4 on circuit. He's going to try and push that to a safety point. He is not allowed to restart. He is out of this race, including a multitude of drivers here as well. And I think now Emmanuel Leodikis has had drama as well out there. He's tumbling down on my timing screen. So lots of drivers here seemingly having drama. Crucially, though, big battle over the line being led by Zion, Chopra, Reipold, Blanco, Sophia Sage and Jagrat de Trojo, who's gained 9 places in this. The final winner from yesterday really starting to get involved today.
Well, for Vanessa Schilkenator fans out there, my mistake, she was not involved in that one. In fact, she's now inside of the top 10 with a 9-place gain. Jose Schreimer up by 10, Oliver Rogmo-Hodge up by 10. Also, Sarah Kojima and Marcela Assumpção have made the best of that situation, making up a number of positions. Assumpção actually up by 15 to be the biggest mover. This is going to shortly light up, I would say. Zion's in the front ahead of Chopra, Reipold and Bruno Blanco. So these 4 drivers, all at points, have been inside of the top 3 both yesterday and today. All 4 drivers, good pace throughout qualifying, with your top 3 being, of course, podium sitters so far this year. Zion still leading, still controlling, but it's under 3/10 now that he leads by, so a bit of a different setup compared to his first qualifying heat of the day, where he actually gave himself a bit of Italian real estate out there to split himself up from your driver who finished in P2, which was, of course, earlier on none other than Veer Chopra. Chopra still looking to stay there, still looking to hold on to the back of Michael Zions.
Indeed, there is that train heading down into turn 12 then, the hairpin back through onto the 3rd and final sector of this lap, into the bowl section here. Very fast and flowing for the drivers, but quick direction changes here are necessary. You can get the overtakes done through here as well. But so far in this race, in these top 4, we are not seeing that just as of yet. So still Zion, Chopra, Reipold and Blanco leading the way. Sage is leading that next train of drivers with Detroja and Islaman Santos there as well, with Damien Baez and Vanessa Schilkenator still holding on to that top 10. Big movers throughout this race. Marcelo Assumpção is up 15 places. Nicodemo Secchi is up 10 places. He's just got past Franco Escotto after he did tumble down a little bit a moment ago. Oliver Rogmo-Hodge up 10. And Jose Schreimer also up 10, with Rybitz and Costa also gaining 12 places apiece. So it's been a real shake-up of the field in that mid-pack, which will be at the delight of the drivers behind, who, of course, are hoping to achieve some big position gains ready for that final later on today. But here, the fighting still rages on. Speaking of raging on, that was a bold look down the inside there from Oliver Rogmo-Hodge. That, I believe, was on Sarah Kojima, who's just got that overtake done. and that was him trying to fight it back, but not able to do so.
Well, for what has just happened for Leodikis, Simmons, Rostad, Brutton, Vishamirska, Pauli and Casada out there, you're actually, I would predict, going to see a very different starting lineup for that final, because you've got drivers that were at the front who have now had DNFs, and then you've got drivers that are now looking to pick off positions that were in the back of your first qualifying heat. So I would say you're going to have quite a shaky order when we go into that last and final race this afternoon. But for, of course, your top 4, they've been very consistent indeed. Those drivers staying inside of the top 5 so far today. So they will own your top 2 rows, with Zions, for the time being, looking ahead at a pole position. And if he can try and do that, it would be a clean sweep so far this weekend. Zion's out of the final corner, now being put under some pressure. Ran a little bit wide there through turn number 16 on towards the entrance of that start-finish straight that winds things up before the drivers head into the double apex of turn number 1, where they've got to be really careful to not understeer past things and be really careful on that front end to not cook the tyre. Because for, of course, this series, only one set of tyres permitted for the racing. One set of Vegas has got to last these drivers every single lap of these heats. Zion's using that to his advantage and goes purple in that first sector, with every driver actually in that top 4 still pushing and still sector on sector going green and going faster than they did previously.
Indeed, and still some overtakes happening in and around the field there. Tatiana Alexieva gaining places, and I think this is an around that fight, and all the drivers trying to go for a cheeky move. There is the likes of Vanessa Shilkaneta, does get that extra position done, and that moves her up into 9th place at the expense of Demian Baez there, who drops to 10th place. We are at this moment on lap number 8 of 12 on this race. Again, if you are just joining us, apologies for the missing graphics. The team behind the scenes are working on that as we speak. But right now, we can tell you that Michael Zion is leading the way from Veer Chopra. Kasper Reipold still holding 3rd on a no gains at the moment. Bruno Blanco still there in 4th. The driver who started on the front row of the grid drops only 2 places. Jago Troja is on a really good run here. He's on a 10-place gain in P5 from Elias Lemon, Sophia Sage, Gabby Texera, Vanessa Shilkaneta and Demian Baez, who still round out the top 10. And you can see here from the live pictures, Zion and Chopra very close indeed. The top 4 all close there, but separated with a bit of a gap between between 2 groups of 2 there. And then you've got a large gap then between 5th place down to 12th place. They're in one big group, and then the large train from 14th place down to 27th, with Seta Kojima in the middle of those 2 groups.
Well, Michael Zions now finds his feet once more. Did look to be over-pushing on that previous lap. We did have Veer Chopra get within 0.2 of a second of Zions, but now he's found things, he's locked back in, he's zoned back in, and he's given himself a couple of tenths out there to make it just under half a second. Lap 9 out of 12, these drivers are tailing round on, with now you're seeing 2 duos form on your screen, Zions and Chopra being the first, Reipold and Bruno Blanco being the second. Keep an eye on Reipold and Blanco then. This is going to be interesting indeed. For Bruno Blanco, this is his first appearance in the Champions of the Future Academy programme. This is, however, not Kasper's first. We see him time and time again in every edition of this series. Reipold was one of the first senior final winners of the year. He won that second final out in Valencia and is now chasing down after he missed the event in Greece. But it's not going to be gifted to him then. The wild card of Bruno Blanco applying some pressure, applying the heat there. The heat on track, of course, is up to 33 degrees for our drivers as drama unfolds. Once more, a new name will join the likes of Leodikis, Simmons Schreimer and Rostad as Jose Schreimer is parked out on the grass.
Yeah, indeed. He was running quite well on a 10-place gain, but unfortunately has found himself now broken at the side of the road. Over now on to lap number 11 of this race. That's very handy from the camera crew there. If you don't have a graphic, we can at least show you something out there. As there is Jose Schreimer, unfortunately, not making it to the end of this race. Zions, though, has gone purple, sector number 1. Last lap was a good lap as well. 54.2 was slightly slower than Chopra, though. as that gap still holds at 0.4 of a second. There is that lead battle. There is the battle for third place. Reipold and Blanco. Are we going to expect a lunge here from Bruno Blanco?
The problem is with this circuit, Anthony, is these drivers hit the limiter quite early, and with the heat out there, they start to overheat. And if they leave it too long, if they wait in the tail of the driver ahead for too long, it becomes very difficult indeed to chase up and to pass. And I think for Bruno Blanco, he's just been sat there for quite a while and is now struggling to try and find something. Last lap notification is out to these drivers. Michael Zions has brought some wings with him this weekend because he's absolutely flown today here on Sunday. Pole position in qualifying, Heat 1 win. Now looks to make it a Heat 2 win if he can get through the last 50% of this lap with the race lead. Sector number 1 went purple on the previous one, so gave himself some more tenths out there compared to Veer Chopra, and now holds that gap lap after lap. Looks for Zions to be a lights to flag.
Indeed, this would be an incredible drive here for Michael Zion. He's looking for a pole position for the final, and he is only 2 corners away from receiving it. The driver from Poland delivers here in Italia over the line. Michael Zion, he'll take the honours ahead of Veer Chopra. Kasper Reipold takes third ahead of Bruno Blanco. Jagat Tetroja with his 10 places gained will round out the top 5 ahead of Elias Lamar. Sophia Sage from Gabi Teixeira, Damien Baez and Vanessa Schilkanator, they will round out the top 10. It was a 9-place gain there for Vanessa Schilkanator. A great drive. Warwick Milam just finished that one in 11th place. Only loses out on 1 spot throughout that. Still a strong result. Sera Kojima, 12th place. 15 places gained for the young lady from Japan. That is an astounding result for her. Silas Ellefson doesn't gain or lose any places. He stays in 13th place. Oliver Rogmo-Hodge does finish in 14th. He gains 9 places in that race out of Roberto Bass, who gained 5 places to finish in P15. Jan Mikoleshko, 9 places gained in 16th place. Tatiana Alexieva gains 5 places to finish in P17. Marcela Assumpção, also great race there. 13 places gained to finish in P18 ahead of Franco Escotto in 19th place with a 7-place gain. Beatrice Costa, 15 places gained, matches the positions gained by Sera Kojima, but rounds out the top 20. Nicodemo Secchi finishes with an 8-place gain in 21st place from Adam Kulrybet, who gains 12 places to finish in P22. Marcel Matijevich was a tough race there, did drop 6 places to finish in 23rd. Had a Felipe Benito, who also dropped 6 places to finish in P24. Eric Kozlowski, 7 places gained, finishes in 25th. Head of Clelia Sodus, 4 places gained to finish in 26th. Arsen Jolovic finishes in 27th place, unfortunately dropping 3 places. The retirements, Jose Schreimer in 28th, Emmanuel Irakis in 29th, Angelina Simmons in 30th, Ingerostad 31st, Mil Bratton 32nd, Amelia Veshemirska 33rd, Amelia Pauly 34th, and Manuel Caseda 35th place. All of those from 28th to 35th, all retirements from that race. Well, racing now concluded until those finals later on. They are still due to start at 3 o'clock local time, which is still in around 40 minutes or so. We'll, of course, be back a little bit before that for the start of the finals with the walkout and the build-up crew. So let's see what happens for that. But right now, as it stands, Michael Zion looking at that pole position for the seniors. Of course, Perico looking at it for the juniors, and Chester Fawkes is looking at a pole position for the Mini 60 category. And that is, of course, what we look forward to watching for the most. The clear preparation currently underway here at the circuit after a very busy old race there for the senior category, who had quite a few retirements right at the very start of that race, and quite the challenge they will have faced, of course, as well in the hot conditions here. As we say, 32 degrees out there. Obviously nice and dry, but a little bit warm for the field there when they're all suited and booted and sitting down there waiting at the sidelines. We are ready down in Parc Fermé, so we will head over to Nicole Sutherland, who's with our winner.
We are ready indeed. Thank you then, Anthony. We're here with Michael. Michael, you've just set up your second pole for a final this year. Valencia Day 2 was a pole. Here now in Italy, Day 2, it's a pole. Good feeling, would you say?
Yeah, for sure it's a really good feeling. Yeah, this race, again, I was controlling really well. The final I don't think will be that easy because Veer will be starting P2 and he is the only one who can actually keep up with me, at least this race. So, yeah, we'll see how the final goes.
Well, Michael, we love the honesty there. Good to catch up with you, and we'll see you on the grid later on. 3 more races left to go this afternoon. Your 3 most important, your finals, of course.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there. Yes, indeed. They'll be starting at 3 o'clock, but we'll be back probably in around about 20 or so minutes' time before the start of that first one. And there you go, 21 and a half minutes, so wasn't far off. We'll see you in that time, of course, for those 3 finals, starting with the juniors, the Mini 60, and then the seniors, who'll be out on track for their last 3 races of the day. From myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland, we'll see you in 20 minutes' time. Well, it's been quite the busy old weekend here in Viterbo for round 3 of the Champions of the Future Academy Programme International Series. Welcome one and all back to the live broadcast here in the sun-soaked circuit of the Italian Peninsula here at the Leopard circuit. Viterbo, we are moments away from kickstarting the 3 finals which are due to start on the hour, which is in around 15 minutes' time. Welcome, one and all, joining us here for one final volley of races here at the Leopard circuit, Viterbo. Year of, the change of the circuit, 2025, saw the brand new building installed here with a brand new paddock. The track's been open since 2008 or so. Before then, has seen many a driver race here. Michael Zion, quickest time in time qualifying, where he put it on pole position. Very strong performance from him over the course of the days. Seen him on pole position as well in the seniors. The track itself, 1,294 metres. It's 165 down the back straight, 170 metres down the infield straight. It's about 9 to 10 metres wide, 6 metres of elevation from the lowest part of the track at turn number 1 all the way to the highest part over at turn number 10, where the 6-metre elevation peaks at its highest. The track itself, though, does span 16 turns, 10 to the right, 6 to the left, and 2 hairpins out there. Each and every one of them very, very challenging indeed, but many of them ample overtaking opportunities. We have seen them in towards turns 1, turn 5, turn 6, turn 12, and turn 13 and 14 with that loop section there. As they round into the final 2 corners and back onto that start-finish straight, well, they'll reach a top speed of 110 kilometres an hour. They'll reach that in 2 separate places, firstly in towards turn 1 and into the hairpin of turn number 12 as they exit down the hill through 10 and 11, and they'll peak at that one. 3 finals left to go, and that first one is moments away from heading out onto the circuit. The OKN Juniors that now see Zoltan Koini leading the championship points after he scored well with a 2nd place in the final yesterday. He's overtaken Dinar Izmi, so has Mitans Jain. That final, though, is coming up. It's OKN Junior. It's up next. Pressure is on for the field here as they make their way out onto the circuit to kickstart their finals. It's a long old walk from the pre-grid there, unfortunately for them, as they exit out of the pre-grid. They have to go around turns 2 and 1 to get to that start-finish straight. So quite the way they have to go. But the juniors does start very strong for many of the drivers, and most notably for the final winner yesterday, Nicolo Perico, back on pole position for this final. He will be joined by Axel Nocum on that front row. But here's a look at the class itself. If you're wondering what the Champions of the Future Academy program is, well, in the juniors, if your driver's aged 12 to 14 years of old, you've got an entry into this one. If you've got an international karting license, of course. 31 entries into this weekend, 23 different nationalities, all of them on the same equipment, of course. They were running with the Kart Republic machinery, the KR2 chassis, all of them on the pulled Iami Reedster 125cc engine. The junior, of course, 27 brake horsepower. It still revs very high at 15,000 RPM. Minimum weight, 140 kg, any gram underneath that. it's an instant disqualification from the race. Tyres that they use, the Vega XH4s, the green Vegas, over the course of this weekend. One dry set per day, which means this is the same set of tyres that they used for qualifying, the 2 qualifying heats, and now this final as well. As we mentioned, quite the long walk for them as they've headed to the grid in these very warm conditions that is even warmer than yesterday. 33 degrees now is the air temperature out there. You can only imagine what the track temperature is. Here's the grid, though, for this final. Nicolo Perico and Axel Nocom will have the honours of the front row of the grid from their results and time qualifying in those qualifying heats. Benjamin Paulson and Mitans Jane, they'll be locking out row number 2 again. Great work from them, but keep an eye because the field behind have been eyeing up their positions. Devon Titz and Alan Kareshi, they'll be going from row number 3 and certainly in with a shot this weekend. Julie Anglard had a great race earlier on. She managed to finish P2 on the road, but she starts this one P4 with Zoltan Koini alongside. Don't rule out either Mick Clinkers or Joaquin Galero. They lock out the top 10. They're on row number 5 and have shown some great pace this weekend. Andy Stewart starts this one on the 6th row of the grid. We'll have Alonso Gonzalez, who has got a big fan club here this weekend. They'll be going from row number 6. Lawrence Shahinaj, it's been a relatively calm and quiet day today for the Swiss driver. Starts it on row number 7 alongside Anaïs Oriana, who had drama yesterday out of that final turn. The entrant from Chile, back and fighting strong on that 7th row. Manuel Kalendi goes from row number 8 to be joined by Mirko Magdalena. Not much to report from these two, apart from they've had relatively decent days. Miyazaki and Atika Mir on row 9. Atika Mir being the biggest shock from time qualifying from yesterday to today. Qualified 27th today after starting at pole position yesterday. Row 10 sees Dinar Islami and Stanislav Grabowski. They lock out the top 20 on the field as Islami has now lost out on that championship lead. David Vasquez and Enzo Stambaug, they've had some relatively tough days this weekend, but they start it with Spirits High on row number 11. Row 12 sees Ollie Brunt and Jamie Eddett. They lock out the top 24 on row 12 with Johnson Stewart and Christian Fay Lund on row 13. Alessandro Gonzalez will be joined by Max Lufa. Venezuela versus Spain on row 14, with the likes of the rest of the field tucking in behind. Zal Naravicius will be joined by Adela Prasova on row number 15, and Abdanor El Majidi will be going from that 16th row on the grid, P31 at the end of this. The sun is shining. Drivers nowhere to be seen. I think they're all carrying in the shade a little bit before this one. Right then, there's your points at the Drivers' Championship standings. As we were talking about, Dinar Islami has lost out on that lead. Zoltan Koini now leads the way with 255 to his name. Mitans Jane with 229 in second, ahead of Islami. Axel Nocom has a real good chance here of getting up inside that top 3 in the standings. 2:17 for him. He's currently 4th as he starts on the front row of the grid ahead of Atika Mir. Julie Anglard 6th from Hernan Rodriguez, who we've not seen for the last couple of rounds. Johnson Stewart, Nicolo Perico, only his first appearance, but he's inside the top 10. 9th in the points, and a potential another 50 points up for grabs at the end of this, with Andy Stewart rounding out the top 10 in the standings with 97 points. Well, pressure is on for the field. We are moments away from starting this race, but everyone right now is ready to see how this one will progress in the final. But enough from me. Let's head down to a grid with, no drivers I can see there. Nicole, tell us, what's it like down there?
Well, apparently I've turned into Billy No Mates this afternoon because I've got no... Oh, Axel Nocom. Thank you, Axel. You're not leaving me hanging because everybody else is over there in the shade because it's hot down here. But Axel, thank you very much because you're braving the hot weather here to come and chat to me. Front row start for you. Really good stuff now to see you back up at the front this weekend, up and down for you, Axel. So talk us through it a little bit.
This weekend has been good. Yesterday, somewhat okay in the start. We set the fastest lap in the heats. But then in the final, we had a carb issue, so I kept going backwards. But today is a new day, refocus, and set the pace.
And Axel, question for you. Of course, last year, 2025, you were in this grid, you were a junior. Nicolo Perico, who you were starting alongside, was actually a mini. So you've not raced each other directly so far too much from you, what you've experienced head-to-head with Nico today, what you've watched from him both this weekend and last year, what you're expecting for this final.
Yeah, I think he's a very good driver, especially he's a Mercedes driver, so it's important I can learn a lot from him, especially coming all the way from the Philippines. But in this final, it's every man for himself.
Axel, great words from you. Thank you very much. That is Axel Nocom, who's starting on your front row alongside the Mercedes Italian of Nicolo Perico. Row 2 then, we've got Benjamin Poulsen. Much better day today for Benjamin compared to what he had yesterday, and he'll be starting alongside Mitans Jain, who has had a podium so far this year and looks to maybe hunt down for another. We now want to catch up with the second Mercedes junior driver on the grid of Devon Tits. Devon, good to have you here. Seen you twice this year, but the first time was in the UK series. You're here now in the international series. What's the challenge been like?
Yeah, you're also very good drivers, and we feel very comfortable. We have also the speed, and we will try our best.
And earlier on in the weekend, you were lucky enough to let me watch some of your onboard footage. You know, you were telling me you've got some places to improve on the track. You look like you have improved those because you're now starting from row 3. This final, what are you thinking? What are your expectations?
We will try to go on the podium. It's going to be hard, but we will try our best.
Well, Devon, good to catch up with you and good to see you here. That's Devon Tits starting alongside Aaron Qureshi, who, of course, had a podium yesterday. He was P3 in that final. And now we find ourselves with Julia Angelard. Julia having a very, very good weekend indeed. One of her best to date so far within the Champions of the Future Academy programme. Julia, for you, really good weekend so far. We've seen you inside of the top 2 at one point. This final could be a first podium of the year for you. Feeling strong?
Yeah, I think we have really good pace. A little bit of shame of P1, but the pace is all right. The race is long, so we'll see.
We'll see indeed, Julia. Thank you very much. And I want to spend the rest of this time to try and quickly catch up with Andy Stewart. Andy yesterday had to start her final from all the way back at the back of the grid. Andy, come over. First question for you. Okay, first question. How was the Grand Prix?
It was absolutely amazing, especially with the experience I got. It was really good.
So context of that experience is that Andy was actually invited to give out the sprint race podium trophies at Silverstone last week. Give you a bit of a taste, would you say, of what could maybe be there in the future for yourself?
Definitely. I've always dreamt to be there, and it was amazing to see it in real life.
And now focusing on here and now and being one of the drivers, in fact, in a seat for you yesterday wasn't quite the one. There was a disqualification for you. That meant you started at the back and then that final just wasn't, it didn't go your way. Today, however, you're much, much further up, so feeling confident?
Definitely confident today. I just need to keep making up those small positions at start, and from the start just need to defend and keep going forward.
Andy, I'll let you get jumped in, concentrated, and we'll see you maybe after the final. That's Andy Stewart, who, of course, walked into this year at Valencia with one of her best results to date. She has had a P3 on the podium so far this year. A minute left to go for our drivers, so I'm going to clear the grid for the first final of the day.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland on the grid there. We are moments away from seeing the start of this race. Plenty of anticipation ahead of this one, and last words of encouragement there for Axel Nocom. Strategy talk being had there ahead of this race. And I can imagine it's all down to that race start. We've seen, of course, drivers make the move around the outside into turn 1 and 2 at the start of these races. Will we see that in this race here? We'll have to wait and see, as we are not long away from the start of this race. Yellow flag waving at the front, then indicating we've got around 30 or so seconds before these engines are fired up. Zoltan Koini, of course, has moved up to the points lead. 255 from Mitans Jain, 229. Axel Nocom, though, in a really good position. 217 points. Could also pass Dinner Islami for third in the points as he starts a little further down in this field. We will have to wait and see. Green flag waves, engines fire up, drivers making their way on to their formation starts, albeit Benjamin Poulsen's machine not firing into life. It has fired into life now. There you can see from the graphic, 33 degrees. It is very warm as Nicole Sutherland joins me back in the commentary box after I was Billy No Mates in here. You got to feel what it's like to be all alone on the grid as well.
Yeah, I felt a little bit lonely out there because I was thinking, where is everybody? And everybody was hiding under the shade. Oh, it's hot out there.
Do you know
really hot out there.
I'd have been in there with them. I said, I'm not standing here on this grid. You can come over here and join me in the shade as well.
Yeah, well, luckily Axel saw me standing alone and he didn't want to leave me hanging.
Isn't he nice?
Oh,
there
he
we
is
go.
brilliant.
What a legend. There is race control, head of race control, Joanna Falcao, joined by Sam Fisher. No sympathy for these two. You can see the air conditioning unit there next to them, blowing cold wind on them. They have been... do you know what? They've had the cheek of coming out of the commentary box and said, I'm really cold. And I'll be like, really?
The thing is, though, in conditions like this, you often end up getting quite unwell because you're going hot, cold, hot, cold, hot, cold.
I'd say the worst one for me...
Sarno.
It was Sarno. It
Yeah.
was about, I think it was 43 degrees there in Sarno that year. And we were in what was effectively called the coffin commentary box because it was so small and tight, but it had a mega air conditioning unit in it, which means it was, when it said 16, it was actually 16 degrees in there, which means I went from 16 degrees to 47 in the blink of 1 second.
You quite literally went from a fridge to an oven.
Yeah, it was the worst decision I ever made. I was very ill at the end of that weekend. Anyway, these drivers here, though, have done a brilliant job this weekend. They have dealt with the conditions superbly and are feeling primed and ready for the start of this one. One driver is missing from my screen here.
Della Prasova?
Della Prasova, yeah. Not seeing her out there after that spin earlier on.
Well, I mean, Adela Prasova, unfortunately, has had some issues out there with not managing to get on the grid. So she was supposed to be seen in this final. She had her protector on, helmet in hand, and kart was almost ready, but some maybe last-minute changes having to be made means that Adela will not be seen for the final race of the day. Big shame for the driver who joined us for the first time in Greece.
Yeah, that is a big shame. The final race of the weekend as well, so not like there's another day to go. So that is a big shame there. Well, hopefully we do see Adela out in the remaining 2 rounds because, of course, they have changed, of course. If you have joined us, and you've seen an old calendar which saw us heading over to the Middle East. That has changed. 2 rounds remaining now, not the 3 as we head to Valencia, to the Aspar circuit in Valencia, and then to the northern part of Italy where we head to Franciacorta for that final round. Still some great venues there for us on the calendar, but unfortunately that season not ending like it has done over the last couple of seasons. Right then, we are ready to go then for the juniors. OKN Junior for their 15-lap final is heading to the final turn. Nicolo Perico and Axel Nocom, Italy versus the Philippines. Is lights out and race on towards turn number 1. It's a great start for Perico again on that inside line. He's going to squeeze Nocom wide. Carbon copy of what we've seen time in and time out in those qualifying heats. Up the hill for the first time, then into that major braking zone of turn 5. No lunges for the top 4. Perico still in control as a move down the inside there into the next part. Is that Mitans Jain trying to gain those places? I think it possibly could have been. But still it is Perico from Nocom. They are 1 and 2. The fight's on for third, though. It's still side by side as they head down in towards turn 12.
Here comes Devin Titz. Devin Titz could look to get inside of the top 4 for the first time this weekend. Is he going to try and hold on to it? Is the Mercedes young junior driver going to maybe take off 2 positions here? No. Has to sit there, has to settle for P5 as just ahead. What attempts being taken very quickly and nose cones being almost taken off there. Final corner complete, and that was Mitans Jain, who you just saw get a bit rough and ready through that final couple of corners. Perico and Nocom, they have bolted off. The battle for P3 still raiders on. It is Jain from Poulsen, from Devon Titz, Zoltan Koine looking at this one, and Koine actually taking a big lick of the curb now and does have a challenge on Aaron Qureshi back into things. Good push by Qureshi in the first couple of laps, but has momentarily lost out as Galero, Gonzalez and Julia Angelard actually are not too far away. Actually, the battle for P3 looking very fiery indeed. Perico at the front, however, 2/10 clear as now Devon Titz is under pressure by not just one but two drivers. Down the inside is going to lose out, and is going to lose out to Qureshi and Coyne.
Yeah, indeed, they push through. Galero's just behind. Gonzalez still there. Julia Angelard trying to get involved, but she's down 3 places in this race so far, so we'll have to dig deep. Clear 2-car breakaway at the front here. Perico and Nocom continuing their fight, but the gap extending 0.4 of a second between those two, and then you've got the big battle from 3rd all the way to 30th, Nicole.
So, final winners so far within the series in your junior category. We've had Hernan Rodriguez and Zoltan Coyne. That was out at Valencia. Dia Islami, then Atika Mir took the finals in Greece, and then it was Perico yesterday. So that means we've had 5 different final winners so far. Nobody is yet to take 2 consecutive wins for finals within 2026. Currently, where Perico sits on the road, he's looking to maybe do that as Devon Titz again varies that line as Julia Angelard looks to try and hunt down. Andy Stewart now making up those places. Again, once more, leads a big train of karts just behind. It's Anais Oriana on her best weekend to date within the series. As Enzo Stambau up by 6 positions there. Laurentine Haj, Mirko Meglueda and Jemi Erat all involved as well. As, a bit of a mistake there by Benjamin Paulsen. Just almost runs himself wide and almost gives that place to Coyne.
Well, now gets a session later, 3 wide. That was outlandish. So that was Jane down the inside. Paulsen went to the outside. Then in between the two of them, Zoltan Coyne said hello and squeezed his way through. Absolutely outrageous and does get the move done. High risk, high reward there for Coyne. And he's immediately attacking to try and get on that podium as well. But right now, he's not managed to get that way through just yet. It is still Mitans Jane who holds on to it. As Paulsen now is getting squeezed out. One car got really squeezed out there. It's all kicking off. And Paulsen's not come through. Round has gone, the 56 of Atika Mir. She's going to be out of this final. Her hopes from yesterday starting on pole is falling out of her hands, and wide there goes Mitans Jane. Coyne's through into 3rd.
Jane misses the corner, misses the chance to hold on to that P3 as round the outside he's going to try and have a go. He's going to try and get the better run, but down the inside, Aaron Qureshi and Julia Angelard are going to look on at this one once more. This is only for P3, P1 and P2. I think the game for that one is done and dusted, and that is going to be out of Perico and Nocom, as that's on your screen.
Oriana.
Is Anais Oriana. Rihanna trying to get that cart back into life.
Not
that,
allowed
of course,
to.
is not permitted. She cannot get that cart back into power and continue to go around. That is only permitted on the first lap. Front pack settling down again. Mitans Jane from Zoltan Coyne, they've calmed down despite, of course, drivers going off onto the grass a moment ago. It was Benjamin Paulsen that was the catalyst in all of that drama you saw for drivers like Atika Mir. Just went off onto the grass, regained that position in the traffic, as again these drivers just at the front of the pack not managing to get that line correct at turns 1 and 2, as again squirrely under braking for some of these drivers. Jane, Coyne, Qureshi, Angelard and Gonzalez as this P3, you know, you'd be thinking that they were leading this race here, Anthony.
You really would, and unfortunately they're not. The front two
have they not realised?
Are away. Yeah, Perico and Nocom are an incredible 6 seconds further up the road. All of them here just looking for that same piece of tarmac all at the same time in these corners. You can see there a slightly different racing line for Coyne. Qureshi taking the wider line there. That's to try and hook himself round into the next turn of turn at 14, and then of course round for turn 15. But we'll keep a close eye on that one. Really, Perico and Nocom, no TV time here. They're the victim of their own success.
Yeah, I would say what's being thrown into this battle for P3 is that all of these drivers on your screen, as it does switch once more, this time it's Coyne in control as he goes side by side. Whoa, almost tag wheels there, go pod to pod, and that's going to open up the door then for Aaron Qureshi as they settle back down again on the exit of the corner. But quite interestingly, these 3 drivers trying to fight out for P3. Jane, Coyne and Qureshi have all stood on the podium at some stage this year. All have had P2s or P3s, other than Coyne, who of course has had a final win. I don't think he's going to be taking a final win today, but he could be taking some silverware home once more, as again It edges closer, it invites more names into things, and do you know what? Devin Titz is not too far away from this one. Neither is Manuel Kalendi. Manuel Kalendi, this is the highest up we've seen that driver so far this weekend. Currently sat in P9, much better day compared to what he had yesterday, where he just had DNF after DNF.
Yeah, it was a really tough day yesterday for the driver from El Salvador. Looks to the inside. That is a change. Anglard through on Qureshi. And that is a good position change here. We could still see Julia Anglard on this podium here. It's not out of the woods as Anais Sorianda, they're under investigation for an attempted restart after the first lap. And I was going to bring that up. Yes, even an attempt at trying to restart it, even if you don't manage to do it, can still land you in the stewards.
Yeah, the only thing that is permitted is that these drivers are allowed to help push the carts out of the traffic and off of the circuit. They're not allowed to try and attempt to straighten that cart up to get it going once more. Again, we're still seeing this undecided fight for Zoltan Koyni, Mitanch Jain, Julia Anglard for P3. So those drivers, line of stern and wheel to wheel, bumper to nose cone there as through the first hairpin. These drivers really late and really hard on the brakes, can carry in plenty of speeders. Oh, Devin Titz there just maybe giving a bit of a boost there to the back of Gonzalez. Takes the position away, says to Manuel Kalendi, you can get involved. And here comes Andy Stewart as well. So Andy Stewart is not a million miles away. She's inside of the top 10 for the first time this weekend. Points for your virtual championship as it stands with what's going on the track. Zoltan Koyni this weekend has made himself the leader of things with 293, finds himself 30 points ahead of Mitanch Jain, who on the road is still sat fourth for now, as Axel Nocom this weekend has done a great job to promote. With where he sits, P2, he has now broken into the top 3 of your virtual championship, despite this year not taking a final win, and in fact not actually standing on the podium since that P2 in Valencia.
Yeah, indeed. And the one thing that I'm loving from this one is actually Nicolo Perico, 7th in the points so far. He missed the first 2 rounds and he finds himself inside the top 10. I think it was absolutely incredible as it stands. And of course, we're still 2 rounds to go. We could still see him if he wants to. He could be fighting for a top.
Yeah, and let's think about what happened last year when Perico was in Mini 60. He did actually miss a round there, and he still walked away from the year as your champion. So he's a driver that, you know, can maybe sometimes sacrifice a couple of rounds here and there, but come back in with the confidence, with the pace, and as well, quite crucially, with the racecraft to still take away points from other drivers. He's taking the pace out of Axel Nocom because now he's 1.2 seconds clear out ahead, and he's not letting off because on that last lap he did go purple. There's going to be some drama out there shortly for Mick Klinkers. Klinkers, one of the newest drivers into OKN Junior, has now been given that warning, and that's going to tumble Mick down by quite some way on the road currently. Sat in P18.
Yeah, that is a shame. 5-second in race time penalty there with that black and white flag. So that is a shame. Looks to the inside. That's a big send there. Well received for Haran Qureshi, and he's going to refight this one on Julia Anglard, but not able to do so. In fact, actually, it's not on Anglard, sorry. That is the number 25 of Mitanch Jain, who he's been fighting with. That's got him back to 5th place now at the expense of Jain. So that has allowed Julia Anglard to just break away just that little bit more. So Mitanch Jain in position now, looking much, much stronger. There's been overtakes in the background as well. Ollie Brunt, Grabowski and Zanke, they've all got past the likes of Johnson Stewart. Johnson Stewart has fought back, though. Has got back past Miyazaki. That is for 23rd place on the lap. Here is a young German driver, Devin Titz, with an overtake there, this time on Haran Qureshi. He's also getting involved, and certainly, again, as you pointed out, could be a driver to also end up on that podium. But time is very quickly running out here, Nicole. That could be easier said than done.
Yeah, for Devin there, I think it's going to be the case that something has to go awfully wrong for the drivers ahead, because the clock is ticking for the field. These laps quite quickly running out in what is, of course, their longest race of the day. 15 laps and almost 20 kilometres for these drivers to deal with around this 1.2 kilometre 16-turn circuit that was opened all the way back in 2008 and has had much work completed since 2025. Nicolo Perico Home soil here in Italy has been incredibly strong today. It was pole, in-time qualifying, 2 qualifying heat wins, and now has led every lap of this final. Still has more distance left to go, as again in the background we're seeing these switches, we're seeing these drivers fight out in the last couple of moments. That was Jamie Ehret making up big positions, 12 places gained for Ehret, which could be his best final results to date. Tits, we were talking about him a moment ago. The young German driver in P6 currently is chasing down and is catching up to Mittanch Jane and Julia Angelard, so it's still undecided. But for these two out in the front, and it goes wrong now in the final couple of moments for Joaquin Galero, who is having such a good weekend. Will fall down, will lose the 18 positions that he had, and will now join Anaïs Soriano, Atika Mir and Adela Preserva to not finish.
That is quite the shame there. Unfortunately, that does happen to the best of drivers here, and unfortunately it has happened on that 14th lap of the race. Still, the fight rages on. Now, there has been some changes here. Anglard has been fighting with Mittanch Jane. He has retaken that position back. That has brought in the drivers behind, and we are going to see a change for that position. Aran Qureshi is going to look to the inside. Devon Tits is going to try and capitalise on this, and does capitalise on this. Moves down the inside. Good moves once again from the field, and that's going to shake up that top order just that little bit more as they cross the line here. Perico leads from Nocom. Coyne, Anglard, Mittanch Jane, Devon Tits, Qureshi down to 7th from Gonzalez. Kalendi still there in 9th from Andy Stewart, who rounds out the top 10. But on this final lap, Nicolo Perico has done absolutely everything he's needed to do. Walked into this weekend as an unknown in the junior class, of course. First time we saw him. And the Mercedes junior driver who we first saw around the UK Champions of the Future Academy programme at PFI when he appeared with Devon Tits there, comes here to the likes of Italy and finds himself on the top step once again. Nicolo Perico rounds that final turn. He will take the win over the line in the final, celebrates in style ahead of Axel Nocom. Zoltan Coyne will take 3rd as that 3rd place battle turned into a battle for 4th.
Good stuff for your top 3, and there you can see the sportsmanship between Axel Nocom and Nicolo Perico. Perico, the star of the show this weekend in Viterbo, makes himself your first junior in the year to make 2 consecutive final wins. Actually, make it 2 final wins just in total. Superstar time and time again, lap after lap, Nicolo Perico takes it, but Axel Nocom takes another podium here this year. His 2nd, but his 1st after Valencia, and we know that the driver of Philippines will be happy with that result because he has now just got himself into P2 of your championship. Zoltan Coyne will walk away from this weekend with another podium this year. It's not a win like what he had at round 1, but it is, of course, a P3 and some points on the board to make himself the leader of your intermediate classification points. There's your top 3, Perico, Nocom and Coyne, and then to P5 it's Julia Angelard and Mittanch Jane. Angelard then matching her best results to date with a P4 overall. Devon Tits then completes his first weekend in the championship with a strong P6 ahead of Aran Qureshi, Alonso Gonzalez, Manuel Kalendi and Andy Stewart, who makes it a top 10. Mirko Magluada, Laurentina Haj, Jamie Ehret, Dia Islami and Christian Fay Lund take it to your top 15, with both Lund and Ehret making up 11 positions. So good charges for those 2 drivers. Alessandro Gonzalez, Anzo Stambau, David Vasquez, Ollie Brunt and Stanislav Grabowski make it to your top 20, with Brunt, credit where credit is due, one of his best races to date, P19 overall for Brunt, almost halfway. We then have Johnston Stewart with Mia Zanke, Vanias Vaskevicius, Abner El Mahidi, Max Laufler and Mick Klinkers as the rest of your finishers for your last OKN junior race of the day that sees Nicolo Perico dominant, the champion and a star.
I'm going to correct myself on something.
Yeah.
It's Manny Nuvolini, who was the Mercedes junior driver who joined us, not Nicolo Perico at PFI. Well, I hyped him up anyway. However, over the line with it. Hi, Manny. Sorry, Manny, because Manny won that as well. But Nicolo Perico, great performance from him here. the shock appearance sees him take 2 final wins in the final here at the Champions of the Future Academy Program International Series at the Italian circuit. Here is your highlights from that final. Great start for Perico once again, managing here, Nicole, to hold off that attack from Axel Nocom. Perico managed to do that move yesterday round the outside. Nocom not able to emulate. And I think that is because Perico was able to know that move is a potential and just squeeze him a little further wide.
Yeah, and of course he was challenged in that second heat by Julia Angelard. I think he would have learned a thing or two by that and didn't even give Axel Nocom the room to breathe within that race. Perico pushed ahead, and then his Mercedes counterpart Devon Titz did try and go wheel to wheel with a number of drivers, fell back, would get back up, then would fall again, and then would stand once more to end up in P6. And just ahead, the battle was with Aron Qureshi and Zoltan Koyni at certain stages. Drivers actually preferred those 3 wide moments at some points, as Benjamin Paulson was involved in the fight with Aron Qureshi and Zoltan Koyni, as this was that stage where they momentarily went 1, 2 and 3 on the exits of turn number 4. Again, we saw Aron Qureshi and Zoltan Koyni go for it, and we saw a number of drivers actually miss that first corner on consecutive laps, making it hard work to hold on to position. And this was the stage, of course, that we really saw Zoltan Koyni come back into life, get into that P3 with a 5-place gain, and stay there for the rest of it. Julia Angelard, time and time again, would take places away, and it would be Mitansh Jain that she would overtake in the end for that P4. In the background, we had Andy Stewart go for moves, whilst her younger brother of Johnston Stewart would get past their Miyazaki, but that was all for P21 and P22.
So it was, and here, Devon Titz again making those moves through. Do you know what it threw me off? Devon Titz was PFI. He was one of the other 2 drivers that turned up, which is why it threw me off. Those overtakes happening very thick and fast all the way throughout. Beautiful racing that we saw here at the Viterbo circuit there. Lauren Shahinaj getting those moves in that latter stage. But over the line, Nicolo Perico taking 2 finals out of 2 over the line. Great result and great respect for the top 2 there, with Perico taking P1 from Axel Nocom taking P2, and with that steps up to 2nd in the points, 261 points to his name now as he tries to close the gap up to Zoltan Koyni. But with that P3, certainly going to make it very challenging for Nocom to close in with just 2 rounds to go remaining of the championship. Aspar in Valencia, Spain, and Franciacorta in Italy. We look forward to that one there. There is the rest of your results on there. Everyone pushing forward. Mitansh Jain drops to 3rd. Dinah Izamis, though, still in position in 4th. Atika Mir struggled in that one, drops to 5th with a 204. Doesn't score any points in that final. Julia Angelard. Nicolo Perico, as we mentioned, 1 round, and he's up to 7th, ahead of Andy Stewart, Hernan Rodriguez, and Johnson Stewart. He rounds out the top 10, all of them now gaining it, and both the Stewarts inside the top 10 in the points standings, which is good to see. We are going to take a short break, but do not go anywhere. 2 more finals to go. Mini 60 is the next.
Now, I've been excited to try this model for some time, the Playseat Formula Intelligence F1 Edition, because it's been designed with the help of real F1 drivers and also some of the top sim racers on the planet. Let's see what it's like. Being in this seating position definitely makes it so immersive that you feel like you genuinely are in a race. Your mind takes over and tells you that you're in an actual race. You feel very much at one with the car, as a part of the car, and as a part of this race. The Formula Intelligence has the monitor built in and integrated into the frame, and that really means that your field of vision and your depth is very accurate and truly immersive. Tell you what, my palms are sweating, so I think I've gotten a bit too immersed in this experience.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the live coverage here of the Champions of the Future. One final down, 2 to go, with Mini 60 coming up next onto the track for their final. And this is going to be quite the final, I am sure, with a lot of drivers being out of position here, with the results and time qualifying that, of course, put them up into a very troublesome session, with a lot of drivers only getting in one time lap where they tripped over each other. Really shook the field up. Obviously, they had their races, put them back into a position, but a lot of drivers here are out of position. There you can see the field making their way out. Excitement is still there for the Mini 60 class, but as we say, that air temperature has not gone down at all. Still 33 degrees. It's going to be a busy one. It's going to be amazing, I'm sure. Chester Fawkes and Trullis on the front row. It's Mini 60. It's coming up next. Still a long old walk for the Minis here, making their way to the grid. Here's the class itself, though. Mini 60, drivers aged 8 to 12 years of age. Full capacity grid this weekend. 36 drivers from 23 different nations being represented here. A great sight to see as all 36 make their way to the grid here. Carts that they're using, I should say. The Parallel Opportunity chassis being used for the Minis, as always, since the series inception a few years ago. They have got the TM Mini 3 60cc engines, 12 brake horsepower. Not slow at all. They may be a bit slow off the line, but soon as they get going, all about momentum. These carts are absolutely rapid. 110 kilos is that minimum weight. Tyres, the Vega M1 tyres. For the juniors on this one, as they get themselves ready. It's still the same tyre allocation, one set of tyres per day, which means these tyres have been used for time qualifying, those 2 qualifying heats, and this final coming up. So hopefully they have looked after them over the course of this one. Pressure is on for the Mini 60s to deliver here, and as we mentioned earlier on from that time qualifying, a lot of drivers somewhat out of position, but one driver who's happy to be where he is Chester Fawkes. He's on pole position after 2 qualifying heat wins out of 2. Philippos Trullis will start on the front row of the grid. That pole position he gained in time qualifying puts the Greek driver on that front row. Matteo Pellin of Italy, much better run this time around. He starts on that second row of the grid right behind Chester Fawkes, with Cooper Lopez starting alongside. Maxim Madzarov goes from row number 3. We'll have Samar Chopra for company alongside Gustavo Oliveira and Anna Malcolm will go from row number 4. Albert Poulsen and Pietro Zorzi, they go from row number 5. They will lock out the top 10 here from Dominic Vera and Gavin Leger on row 6. Leger on the podium yesterday in the Mini 60 under 10 category. The same for Anna Mackham as well as the rest. Then you have the likes on row number 7, Max Schilling and Gordy Dulev. They go from that row. They'll have Sofia Rodenko and Cedar Baradas on row number 8. He was the third of those drivers who was in the podium in the Mini 60 under 10. Can he do that again today? Row 9, Ilya Sami is the big shock on this one. Strong race yesterday, but middle of the pack today. He starts alongside Geronimo Pacheco in the top 18 spots. Mason Hibbert as well, very similar story. Starts it on the 10th row of the grid alongside Chloe McGill. Was caught out in that red flag incident earlier on today, but is all good and starts it on that 10th row. Ben Golan and Adam Privu, they go from row number 11. They will see Caden Caldera and Leo Kralev on row number 12. Kralev also involved, but we did not see his car out in that second race. Hopefully we do in this one. Eduardo Alessandro and Leopoldo Santos, they go from row 13. They will see the likes of Mohamed Wibwo and Yunus Tam on row 14. Yunus Tam having great races yesterday. So he started inside the top 10, but the Estonian today starting on that 14th row. Guillaume Cole joins Silva Carmen Kevakian on row 15. They will see Leona Zarakov and Panika Nandaluri on row 16. Row 17 and 18, the final two rows on the grid, will see Luoshu Metabulla and Win Godschalk, who has had a tough old run in this one today. Nicholas Benito and Aviv Dahan, who will round out the 36-kart field. Pressure is on, and in the championship, pressure is on as well. Ilya Sami is leading that, but of course, remember, he is down on the 9th row of the grid. Max Schilling is second, but he is also further down in the grid. He is further up than the likes of Sami, but only by 2 rows as he sits on row 7. Mick Klinkers as well, third in the points. Still could do something here, but he is himself a little further down in that order. Mason Hibbert in a similar story, 4th, and down there in the order. Jonas Tam, 5th, also down in the points. He's down on the 14th row of the grid. Cooper Lopez has a good chance here to gain some decent points. He's 137, 6th in the points, and he starts this one on the 2nd row of the grid. Kralev as well is in a similar story to the other drivers here. Tucked away in the back of the field from Derek Rivera as well. Mohamed Wibwo and Guillaume Cole rounding out the top 10. Let's head down to the grid, though. Nicole Sutherland has got drivers this time who are bracing the sun with her.
Thank you very much then, Anthony. Yeah, drivers are not leaving me hanging this time. This time they're ready for a very quick little grid walk because we've got only 5 minutes until these drivers get going. We're going to start things with Chester Fawkes. Chester, good stuff today for you. Now you're back at the top. You're going to go into this race. And are you feeling comfortable? Because some of the big names that you've dealt with this year, like Sami, Schilling, Hibbert as well, are actually quite far back.
Yeah, they're pretty far back. They didn't have the best of qualifying, but we did. So we've took advantage of that, won both heats, so it wasn't too bad. So yeah, I think we'll do good, and I hope I can get P1, but I think I can.
And Chester, the impression for you of the first couple of laps, what's it like round this circuit? Because actually overtaking here is a little bit difficult, but what's it like to defend?
Yeah, it's pretty hard to defend. It's like it's hard in case drivers tow up to you, but you have to just know where they are, really.
Well, Chester, we'll see how you get on within this one. Great job so far. That's Chester Fawkes, who's not had a podium so far within the International Series, but has had a podium in the UK Series. So he's starting from that front row. Then a bit further back, we've got more newer drivers inside of your top 2 rows, with Mattia back into things. Mattia, yesterday you were starting at the front. Today you start at the front again here in Italy. Feeling good, feeling strong?
Yeah, feeling was good. I tried to do the best result possible, and I have fun.
And of course, yesterday for you maybe didn't go your way in that final, but today with the setup of this series having a brand new chance, an identical day to Saturday, does that give you a boost of confidence for this final?
Yeah, because I'm confident because I start on inside, and so I can do a better start than yesterday and this morning.
Well, Mattia, we'll see how you get on. Good luck for this final. That is Mattia starting from the second row. We've then got Samar Chopra here to my left. Samar, then the younger brother of Veer Chopra, who's done a great job so far in, of course, the senior category. But for Samar, we'll get you to come over very quickly. Samar, good starting lineup for you. Good place to be starting this final, but it's not going to be easy, right?
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. It's going to be really tough. There's a lot of good drivers around. I'm not really used to being at the front of a European grid, but I think I can get onto the podium at the end.
But Samar, I think you should have some confidence knowing that you're at the front because you've earned it here this weekend. You've earned your place on this third row because you've had to have 2 good qualifying heats, right? First couple of corners for you. What's the tactic? Is it defend? Is it try and overtake? Can you tell us more?
I can't share my secrets.
Well, we'll see what those secrets bring you, Samar. Looking forward to seeing how you get on. That is Samar Chopra starting from your third row. Second final coming up very shortly. It will be Mini 60.
That's an excellent answer there, Samar Chopra. Do not give your secrets away at all, especially to Nicole Sutherland. She'll steal them when she goes racing. Right then, there you can see again the air temperature, 33 degrees. I know we keep pointing it out. It is mighty warm out there, but the driver's dealing with it superbly. The perfect day for a mechanic pair of shorts out there indeed. And I think every single mechanic there is sporting some shorts, which is good to see. As we were talking about championship points here, again, it's a similar story in the minis with drivers really wanting to gain those places. Of course, Ilyas Sami scored well in the final yesterday, but missed out on a final win. He has taken 3 of those. But Klinkers took the first, of course, out in Valencia. And then, of course, Mason Hibbert taking the one yesterday. With that, also took the extra championship point for the fastest lap in that final. That has put him 4th in the points, but after scoring 0 points earlier on today. We'll put it this way. Everyone inside the top 5, apart from Max Schilling, who did score 3, didn't score a single championship point, and that is quite something. Of course, Mick Klinkers, who is now a junior, will not have scored anything now in this one. But Cooper Lopez, 17 points as he was, of course, starting on that front row of the grid.
There's a missing glove at the back of the grid. There's one driver's not fully suited and booted. Aviv Dahan just being delivered the last bit of safety equipment out there, and Martin Bean just stands alongside.
To be fair, a glove is one of those miscellaneous pieces of equipment that can go missing. When you look inside your helmet and go, yep, my gloves are there, and it's only one, yes, it can be something. If you forgot to bring your helmet to the grid, then I've got questions for you, because, yeah, that's quite something.
Yeah, I think typically you see drivers forget a glove or a rib protector. I feel like they're 2 of the things that's quite easily missed out. But for Aviv Dahan, all gloves on for this one.
Yeah, quite literally. Like I say, at least it wasn't his race suit either. Imagine forgetting your race suit. That would be weird, wouldn't it?
Possible?
Is that possible? Possibly.
Don't think so.
I reckon one day, Nicole, if I ever went...
I'd be really impressed to see a driver ever forget their race suit.
Just walk onto the grid with no race gear.
Forget your race suit before the weekend.
Yeah,
done it.
I've
done it.
Have you done it? What did you do there?
Luckily, I forgot my kit bag. Luckily, I only got about 30 minutes from home, and then it was the fearful, Dad, forgot my bag.
Did you put your kit back in someone else's car, like you've done now twice in the last few weeks? Because you did it again. You put your bags in the wrong rental car. Then
again,
you and Gonzalo then went into this wrong rental car, started it, tried to start it up, and it didn't start.
Panicked.
And then you realised you were in the wrong car. How did you do that? And do you know whose car it was? It was our Lord and Saviour in the production room, Thanos' car.
Because it was... Or maybe this is the opportunity to give context to this paddock, because this was the paddock that found my suitcase in Greece. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you to the mechanic who found my suitcase in his rental car, because I
put it in the wrong one in Greece, and then did it again here in Italy.
Yeah.
Basically, everyone, lock your cars. I didn't think we'd have to say that as a national TV announcement. Lock your cars. Oh, and the sugar incident earlier on today.
I think I'm a walking disaster, honestly.
What happened there, Nicole? You were trying to get yourselves a sweetener out of a thing. You couldn't get one, so you shook it, and then sugar wenteth everywhereth.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hit the nail on the head.
You weren't sweet enough. There we go. So you can just have sugar. Brilliant stuff. Right then, anyway, that's enough of Nicole Sutherland's shenanigans over the course of these race weekends, which are always superb. We are moments away from going racing. Over the red line they go. Speed is a little quick still. Field is still relatively spread out there as they all come into shot now, which is good to see. If all the karts are in the one shot, that means we're ready to go, and we are there all in one shot. Whether or not we are actually ready to go is another question, because we have to wait for our Deputy Race Director, Dan Ashton, to send them on their way. There he is. There they are. Into the tram lines. Are we racing? Answer, no. They're going around again.
Well, formation lap then gives us the opportunity to tell you about maybe what you can expect to see during this race. Of course, this is your second Mini 60 final of the weekend. Yesterday it was very, very busy indeed. The honours were taken by Mason Hibbert. He was your leader, but now Hibbert has to start from much further back than where you would have predicted to see him, because he was caught out in time qualifying earlier on, as was one of the other, make it the other two podium sitters from yesterday, Max Schilling and Ilias Sami. It was busy indeed yesterday, but it was busy for P2. These Mini 60s put on an absolute display, and I would expect actually this race to be pretty similar, because you've got fast drivers now having to fight their way through from the back.
Indeed. Right, second attempt at this one then. There is a look at your virtual championship as it stands. It's closing up a little bit this weekend at that front end. That is due to that troublesome qualifying earlier on that certainly shook everything up. But with this last race of the weekend for Mini 60, can they change things around? Let's find out then, as Chester Forks and Filipos Julis get themselves ready to go at the front of this field. Pressure is on for the rest of them to stick with them as they enter the tram lines. Are we racing? Answer, yes. It's lights out, fights on towards turn one. Strong start for the front row. Better start for Trulis on the outside, question mark. No is the answer. He slots into P2. It's still a good getaway for Chester Forks, who will hold on to the race lead, but goes a little wide at the start of that one, left a door open. Trulis not finding the way through, however, stays in second place. A look for a move there for fourth place. Was that potentially Cooper Lopez on Mattia Pellin, who's trying to get through? Pellin is there in third place right now, and already they're starting to break away. It looks like it's actually been a relatively decent start there for Adam Mackham, who's moved up a few.
Actually, it's quite a clean and calm start for our Mini 60s. There, you are correct, Anthony. Anna Mackham doing a good job at the business end of your field. Of course, was on the podium for your under-10s category yesterday and actually celebrated that one quite nicely. There's Chloe McGill, as maybe spoke too soon out there. There's a couple of drivers that have not gone through that second sector, McGill being one of those names. And is it maybe Parnica Nandaluri that's been caught out as well, as Geronimo Pacheco looks to tumble down. Caden Cladera, is he potentially out of that one, as that is Parnica Nandaluri trying to get going once more. Under investigation. Whoa, that's going to be a bit of a spanner in the works for Filipos Tronis, who's second on the road, under investigation for a starting procedure infringement.
Is that because he's gone over the start-finish line before the likes of Chester Forks? Is that why he looked like he had such a good start around the outside there into turn one? That is a question we will have to answer a bit later on. Down the inside, Pellin on Lopez gets through the top four back in their original starting positions here, as Gordy Dulev has just tumbled down 4 places. He's down to 18th place. Win Godschalk having a good run on here. He's already up 14 places, Nicole. He's made it to the bottom of our timing screen there on the screen. 20th place for the American.
Yeah, so Godschalk then, who last year, of course, fought out for a championship in Mini 60 time and time again, went head-to-head with drivers like Perico, is back in the field for the second time this year. He joined us at Valencia, where he took a final win. We didn't see him yesterday. We didn't see him Friday either. So today is the first time, actually, he's seen the circuits this weekend. Didn't have the races he would have wanted. 2 DNFs, but now he's making up positions, and now he's actually making up time as well. First sector has just gone fastest. There is the race replay then. So this could be the problem for Felipe Strolis. Whilst he's looking at just the forks next to him, I think he's gone over the tram lines there. He's just tucked in a little bit too much, started to drift towards that pole side. Maybe broken that line.
Yeah, 2 wheels is a 3 second. All 4 is 5 second, I'm pretty sure, off the top of my mind. So that is something we will keep a close eye on. Look at that timing tower. Max Schilling's gained 6. Everyone else is in their original starting positions here. This is quite something that we're seeing right now.
Yeah, we don't typically see that within Mini 60, but what we do see are big moves as Samar Chopra now trying to send some of those in. Chopra doing a good job as just behind now. It is the stage where we see more drivers break through. Schilling into the fight. Max Schilling, of course, has had podium after podium so far this year. He was on the podium yesterday afternoon with Hibbert and with Sammy in Greece. He had 2. It was a P2 and a P3. It was a P3 in Valencia as well. But crucially, he's not managed to take a final win just yet. I think that's sort of avoided him time and time again. But what he has done is been consistent. And with that consistency, has actually started to catch up to Ilyas Sammy championship points-wise, because now he only sits 11 behind.
And so far, actually, I'm just looking out the commentary box window here. Huge scrap happening down there at the back end of the field. 3-wide action here as we're seeing side-by-side action back onto the start-finish straight. Plenty of places gained, and Mason Hibbert now making it inside the top 10. 9 places gained so far. Plenty of time remaining of the race. Could we see a bigger dent into the field here?
Chopra desperate to hold on to that P5, and he's just actually cut across the nose of Schilling quite harshly, but it's cost him because Schilling has now got past, and as has Madzarov there for P6. Here is Samar Chopra under threat. Drivers catching each other out. We've got Paulson, Mackelm, Hibbert's into this one. Here comes Hibbo there into the fight, making up a number of positions. Now looks to take one more away. This time it's from Chopra.
It is, and look at them all here. Looking for that same inside line, and again side-by-side action for them, but no changes just yet as they round that final turn. So Hibbert now on a 13th place gain. He answered my question very quickly, I think, at that point when I said, do you reckon he could make a bigger dent into this field? Answer, Anthony, yes, I can, and has done just that. He's right behind Schilling now as they push forward. They are 5th and 6th, but Chester Forks showing the speed that he's got here. He's at the front. He's ahead of Trullis and Pellin, who are closing in as well. There is that 2nd place battle, but he is trying to break away by nearly a whole second as this fight still is going on in the background. Gottschalk still on that charge as well. He's on a 20-place gain now. He's up inside the top 15 in P14. He is looking to keep pushing throughout the remainder of this race.
We know that Gottschalk is a good little driver, and that is why he's part of the Red Bull Young Junior Driver Programme. But let's not forget as well, 2 DNFs means fresher tyres for Gottschalk. So that is a huge advantage for him to be making up the 20 places that he has currently achieved. Out in the front, though, a second clear is still Chester Forks from Felipe Strolos and Mattia Pellin. Cooper Lopez still sat there in that P4, so no driver inside of your top 4 losing or gaining. It's then Schilling and Hibbert that are up 8 and 13 places for P5 and P6s. There is Mason Hibbert on your screen, not just with the kart, but also with that notification. Fastest driver out there, but for how much longer? Because him and Schilling have gone head-to-head quite a few times. This could be the first time, actually, within race that Hibbert goes head-to-head with somebody that he's maybe more on a level with, somebody that he sees quite a lot within racing. They're now nose-to-tail through the 2nd sector. Could potentially look to work together to chase up to both Lopez and Pellin ahead, as Trollis has not managed to shake off the young Italian just yet.
This is back with that 2nd place fight once more. Trullis and Pellin pushing through. Remember, Trullis has got that investigation looming over him here. Now, if that investigation for that site infringement comes to anything, he may be looking at a 3 or 5 second time penalty here at the end of the race. So he needs to try and open up those gaps. He's not going to open up anything for second because he's going to lose out on that one. Pelin squeezes his way through. Trillis fights it back. Beautifully done. But that's going to cost him vital time that he really needs to break away from the rest of the field, because Cooper Lopez now is starting to close in. At this moment, it looks like Trillis could be losing out on a podium spot here.
Yeah, Trillis is going to need to put a shield out. Oh, needs to put a shield out down there at turn number 10 and down towards 11 and 12, because he's just lost the position. Pelin back through, slides slightly through the bowl, and actually says to Cooper Lopez, you can get involved as well. For Cooper, best result within a final so far is around about P5, I believe, if my stats aren't wrong. Today looks to improve on that, looks to maybe get a P4 as the drivers there go rim to rim through turn number 1, wheel to wheel for these two, not letting each other off. Trillis there back into that P2 spot as Pelin is lost out. Here comes Cooper Lopez. Lopez could be looking at podium here then, Anthony. It could be his first podium of the year through the second sector. They have ticked things off. We're looking once more at the Godstalk battle further back, as that is still alive. There hasn't been another point added to the tally of Godstalk, but Paulson, Pietro Zorzi and Cesar Baradas could shortly be under some pressure. This trio, however, is still glued together. Trillis from Lopez, from Pelin, they are currently sat 2, 3 and 4. Oh, looked like the move was going to be on there. It looked like a position was going to be attempted as somebody finds himself having a spot of bother down there towards turn number 12, going very, very slowly indeed. Does continue to go round in the parallel with the TM to the side of them, but didn't quite catch the name or number of that driver. These three, however, let's see what the gap is now between them and Mason Hibbert and Schilling. Hibbert, fastest driver out there, and actually the trio on your screen are costing each other some time and could be actually inviting Hibbert to, there he is. Mason Hibbert is shortly going to catch up, and he's definitely going to catch up now as they drive each other off the road. Oh, Lopez taking a big lick of the dust.
Yeah, indeed. He won't be too happy with that one, and a big look down the inside there for everyone else. This is really starting to shake up now in that top order with these positions being so high up, and you can see, conversations happening into the braking zone, and that's not what you want to see at all. Drama now unfolding in the top ranks here as everyone's kicking off. And look at this now, 4 wide, 1 on the grass in the background. Huge battles starting to form out here in these final few remaining laps. Everyone wanting to try and gain places. So Lopez there in 4th, Schilling, Mazarov. Hibbert now is going to tumble to 8th because of that. Adam Mackham's back up to 7th now. Big shock there for Godstalk. He's on his charge, but he's tumbled back to 19th place now in that fight. But this is certainly kicking off in this top running battles. But the front runners here, the top 3 are fine. 4th is fine. 5th and 6th is where the fight is. Maxim Mazarov is back there in P5 and is trying to get to that podium as Pietro Zorzi, I think, has had drama out there. I think has fallen out, and there he is. He's off the road.
Zorzi will not continue this one. That will be a full stop put on his weekend here in Viterbo. But at the front, we're still undecided for P2, 3, 4 and 5, with again your top 5 not losing or gaining anything, any position within this final. Hibbert still in contention for this, as is Max Schilling, who now sits in P6, just looking at the names ahead, who now head through the penultimate lap of this race, is under investigation. This time is Win Godstalk, so Godstalk back into P17, back with 17 places gained, but maybe slightly unfairly out there as we'll watch on a replay of some moments. So this is a slightly further
that's Zorzi
back.
In the background. That's what it was. That's just the time. It looked like it. Is that just locking up on the brakes there and just losing the back end, or was he slightly assisted there?
Yeah, it could have been the case that he didn't expect the drivers ahead to slow down as much as they did. We probably won't find out on that one. But what we do know is that this battle still continues. In the dust there, just dropping the wheel. There's Mazarov now that finds himself in P4. Whilst all of this has been going on, it's sort of been a bit unfair to Chester Fawkes. Chester Fawkes will now look at the last lap board after he has taken every single lap of this race in his stride. He couldn't have done anything more in this final. Oh, and there's drama out there. That is a huge, huge shame. More drivers continue to find themselves out this time. It's Cooper Lopez, who maybe we called it a little bit too prematurely, was on for one of his best results so far this year. And talking of the best results so far this year, Chester Fawkes looks to make himself another new winner within the Champions of the Future Academy Programme Mini 60 grid in 2026. We've had Sammy, we've had Godschalk, we've had Klinkers, we've had Mason Hibbett as well. But now, to me, Anthony Jordan, it looks to be Chester Fawkes.
Chester Fawkes, only a few corners to go in this race. Really has been a dominant force on the Sunday. Stark difference to yesterday as he'll get to stand on that top spot on the podium. Round the final turn as one breaks down, one celebrates over the line. Chester Fawkes will take the win from Trillis and Pellin, but Trillis under investigation for that start infringement. Will he see a penalty? Will he lose that podium? That's the question. Hibbett fourth could stand on the podium again if that penalty comes to fruition with a 15th place gain. That would be incredible. Sammy takes fifth ahead of Mackham, Matarov from Schilling, Chopra from Tam. They round out the top 10. 18 places gained for him, but the biggest mover with 20 places gained, Wyn Godschalk. He may not be on the podium, but after rocking up only this morning, absolute drive there from the American.
Absolutely, the Red Bull driver showing us indeed what he's made of when it comes to these races, as well as Luashu Methabula, who makes up 17 places in this final, one of his best drives to date this year. Good stuff by Luashu there, who rounds out your top 16, of course. But there is Chester Fawkes. Fawkes makes himself a winner ahead of Trollis and Mattia Pellin. Those three drivers gaining some points championship-wise. For Pellin, it's not going to do too much because, of course, wildcard into this weekend. But for both Trollis and Fawkes, really benefits them in total. Hibbett and Sammy then inside of your top 5 for that final. Sammy, great job, and needed it because he still wants to own that virtual championship lead, which he has managed to do this weekend. Anna Macholm again is on the mini under-10s podium. She finishes in P6 ahead of Maxim Madzarov and Max Schilling, with Samar Chopra being the second of the under-10s. He finishes in P9, with Yunus Tan up by 18 places to finish in 10th. Paul Simbaradas, Dominic Vera, Wyn Godschalk and Gavin Leger take you to your top 15 with Luashu Methabula, Guillaume Cole, Gustavo Oliveira, Ben Collin and Leopoldo Santos being the last drivers inside of the top 20. Alessandro, Pacheco, Dehan, Pirvu and Zarikov are the last drivers inside of the top 25. We lost a number. There was only 31 in total that finished. And those names are Weibo, Sofia Rudenko, Nicholas Benito, Carmen Silva, Gavorican, Hayden Cathera and Gordy Dulav. But there is the name. There is the Brit of Chester Fawkes, who stands on the top spot.
Yeah, that is quite the drive he's had today. And despite being involved in that battle in time qualifying, managed to just squeeze away with an incredible result. And with that, does move the order around a little bit. Ilya Sammy still leads the way. Had a Max Schilling in the points. Mason Hibbett, though, steps up to third with that result. And a really good position there, 202 points, but still quite a ways behind Ilya Sammy with 2 rounds to go. So we'll have to wait and see what happens there. Mick Klinkers, of course, no longer a mini. He's a junior, as he will slowly move down the order. Jonas Tam, 5th from Cooper Lopez. Dominic Vera from Leo Kralev, Mohamed Wibuo and Wyn Godschalk also moving up inside the top 10, believe it or not, as well, with some decent championship points. There you can see the start of the race, and relatively calm, I would say, actually, for the drivers. We did have retirements in that one. Chloe McGill, Panika Nandaluri, Pietro Zorzi, Cooper Lopez right at the end of that one. And then on starter of Leo Kralev, who wasn't able to get that cart on the grid for the final. But for everyone else, relatively decent getaway. It was more the end where we really started to see those fights. There was those moments at the early stage of that race. But everyone else, relatively calm start.
Yeah, that was Chloe McGill that you just saw take the spill at turn number 10, and in through turn number 1, of course, you saw Samar Chopra try and fend off the field, but he would get caught out in the end. Anna Macomb there was helped by Mason Hibbert. Hibbert weaving his way through the crowd, as Anna in the end did make up a number of positions, 2 in total, and actually use other drivers ahead to just make those places, and then she would follow through. Pelin gave it a good go, and that was the overtake between him and Filipos Trollas there through that first hairpin. They would swap a number of times throughout the race. They would go back and forth, but Filipos Trollas would take it back in the end, as there was a bit of communication out there between the drivers, as a couple of laps later they would go quite literally side pod to side pod through that first corner, that would invite in Maxim Madzarov closer into the fight. This was in the closing stages of the race. Wouldn't think so. You'd think it was on the first couple of laps, because there was still a lot of adrenaline for these drivers as they would force each other off the road. That was, of course, Pelin and Cooper Lopez going side by side. Skywards went Mason Hibbert at one point. Nose cone faced to the Italian sunshine, would get back down on 4 wheels and would continue in his push and would continue in his pursuit of a P4, but maybe could be looking at a podium at the end, depending on what happens with penalties later on as the race continued to go on. Chester Fawkes continued to push ahead, but as did Macomb, Madzarov and Max Schilling also.
Yeah, indeed. Quite the scrap all the way throughout that one. There was the unfortunate retirement for Pietro Zorzi right at the end of that race, with the last few moments going through, and Cooper Lopez's machine, unfortunately as well, getting caught out. Drama for him at the very end, and not seeing the end. Checker flag would go out. Chester Fawkes would take it. A great result at the end of that one that sees a superb result for the Mini 60. We're going to take a short break. Do not go anywhere. One more final to go. It's seniors up next. Welcome back to live coverage here, ladies and gentlemen, to the Champions of the Future Academy program. If you are only just joining us, well, welcome. One more race to go. OKN Senior for the final is up next. 17 laps, 28.5-kilometre race distance, the longest race of the weekend, and it is upon us. And again, a shake-up of the field. Zion's on pole position. Poland here, joined by the UAE of Veer Chopra on that front row of the grid, ready to go racing. One final time this weekend for round 3. It would have been the end of the European phase, but not anymore. 2 more rounds to go of the series as we head to Valencia and to Northern Italy for the final 2 rounds. But the last final is coming up here for round 3, the OKN Senior Final. It is coming up next. Sun still shining as the grid makes its way to the start-finish line. Here is your OKN senior drivers aged 14 to 18 years. They are the oldest drivers here this weekend on the fastest machines. 35 entries into this weekend, a near maximum grid from 19 different nations being represented here. The karts that are on the same as the juniors. It's the Kart Republic KR2 chassis, but with a more powerful engine. The IAME Reedster 125cc, 35 brake horsepower. It is the OKN engine. Basically, the same engine. You change a few things, and away you go. You've gone from junior to senior, keeps the cost low, and the racing still fun. Minimum weight 150 kg, that is kart and driver included. Any grab underneath that, and they are in a spot of bother with the official. Tyres, though, are different. They are the white Vegas, the Vega XM4s that get used for the seniors. Same allocation, though, one full dry set for the entirety of the weekend, the entirety of the day, I should say. They get a brand new set on both race days. So these tyres, again, have used in time qualifying, 2 qualifying heats, and now this final. Pressure is on for the seniors here as the temperature still holding at 33 degrees. De Troja still leading the points as well. 293 points to his name as he gets ready to go. But here's your starting lineup for this one. Michael Zions finds himself on pole position. Great run for him over the course of the day. Sees him alongside Veer Chopra. Bruno Blanco, no problems in time qualifying today. He finds himself on the second row of the grid alongside Casper Reipold. Row 3, Elias Leman's got a great starting position here. He starts alongside Sophia Sage, who joins him on the third row of the grid. Jaguar de Treasure and Gabby Texera, they start from row number 4. Silas Ellefson and Warwick Milam goes from row number 5. Warwick's had a great day yesterday, had a great weekend actually in his first outing in a European circuit, and not a direct drive engine as well for him. No dramas throughout his weekend. Vanessa Schilkaneta and Angelina Simmons, they go from row number 6. Roberto Bass and Oliver Rogmo-Hodge, they round out row number 7. We'll see the likes of Sera Kojima and Inya Rostad on row number 8 of the field. Jan Mikaleshko and Marcel Matievich, they go from row number 9. Top 20, be quite an interesting fight. Manuel Leodikis has been quick this weekend. He'll start alongside Marcelo Assumpção of Brazil, who's also been looking very, very fast. Beatrice Costa and Emil Bratton, they go from row number 11 and will showcase what they can do inside the top 22. Jose Schreimer and Franco Escotto go from row number 12. There we'll see Emilia Vishamirska and Damian Baez on row number 13. Clelia Sodu and Felipe Benito, they lock out row 14 and the top 28. Arsan Jolovic and Nicodemo Secchi have had tough results here, but will, I'm sure, shine as they lock out the top 30 on row 15 alongside Eric Kozlowski and Tatiana Alexieva on row 16. Anna-Paul Rybitz and Amelia Pauly, they go from row number 17 with Manuel Caseda rounding out the 35 kart field on row 18, ready to see what they can achieve. As we were talking about it, points in the championship, very close indeed. It is still the Troja that leads the way with 298, but only a handful of points behind as the two continue to fight away. Veer Chopra slowly closes that gap back up. Michael Zions still their third, 236. He is also closing that gap up, and he's also got a very good chance of doing so in this race. Emmanuel Leodikis is still fourth, hasn't scored a single championship point this weekend. Not going to be one of those ones he'll enjoy for the rest of the field, with Vanessa Schilkaneta still holding on to sixth from Elias Leman, Angelina Simmons, Gabby Texera, and Emilia Vishamirska. Enough from me, though. Let's head down to the grid as it looks like the wind's picking up a little bit down there, Nicole.
And I think you can tell that, Anthony, because my hair's starting to fly around the place. That's why I've got it tied up today, because windier day, actually, compared to what we had yesterday, but equally as hot for these drivers. Front row lockout then includes Michael Zions there, and of course Veer Chopra. As then the second row, we've got Bruno Blanco alongside Casper Reipold. We're going to catch up with Bruno. We spoke to him yesterday after his provisional pole that was later taken away, which of course you wouldn't have seen. But for you, Bruno, this weekend, first time in Champions of the Future Academy programme. Good stuff for you. Equipment you know well. You know Kart Republic, you know IAME. But the grid, maybe not so much. So what's it been like?
Yeah, I didn't know the grid before the now, but yeah, I just don't think of the others and try to do my best.
And of course, for you, home is the other side of Italy. So this isn't a home circuit, but it is a track that you know quite well. For you, how do you race it? How does it to race? What do you have to do to overtake, to be at the front, to lead? Can you tell us more?
Yeah, for sure in this track, being with clean air in front is better because everything, the tires are a bit colder, and yeah, you have to drive. So that's why you have to drive as clean as possible.
And for you, Bruno, you know, you missed out on a podium yesterday, but one more opportunity here today. Reckon it could be on the cards?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to do my best to get the podium and the best result as possible today. And yeah.
Bruno, great to catch up with you. Of course, that's Bruno Blanco starting on your second row with Casper Reipold. Can't quite see Casper. He's probably gone missing somewhere in the background. I'm sure we'll find him very shortly. Then, of course, we've got more drivers. We've got Sophia Sage here. She's starting alongside Elias Leman. Elias, we'll get you to stand up. Sorry to interrupt your rest. For you today, up and down day, up and down weekend, you've been at the front, then you've had some battles. How does this circuit unfold when you're at the front?
Like, it's difficult because I don't have a lot of space, but I try to finish the race in front, like in the top 5, and I start here.
And names in front of you, Bruno Blanco is one of those good driver that's raced in lots of different corners of the world. What have you maybe thought about Bruno going head-to-head in somebody that's brand new into this grid?
Yeah, a lot of drivers very fast, and I will try my best.
Elias, good to catch up with you. Thank you very much indeed. One more quick interview, and the interview will go with the driver that took that win yesterday, Jagrat Detroja. Jagrat, yesterday, great day, another win for you during these races. Of course, being on that top spot going in today would have given you some confidence, but today you've had to sort of maybe hang back in the mid-pack a little bit. What's been going on?
Yes, obviously we had some technical problems for the quali, which made us have a bad qualifying. So then, yeah, obviously in this track to recover is quite hard, but we had a great second heat, and now let's see if we can recover in the final.
So you've been patient throughout these heats, you've bided your time, but now you find yourself, of course, on the 4th row, so you're not a million miles away. First couple of laps are crucial around here as well because of the heat. Once you guys get a little bit hot, it becomes hard work. How do you try and manage that as well when the race is as long mentally as a driver?
Yes, obviously we try to do the best and get out most of the kart in the first few laps, because then the pace is very equal. So yeah, just try to do the best for all the race and keep calm.
Well, Jagrat, thank you very much. Of course, at Greece, we had Chopra take 2 out of 2 this weekend. Maybe Jagrat Detroja has got the opportunity to try and achieve that. Drivers then will be looking for the time to run out on the waiting for this final because the sun is seriously beating down. Last final of the weekend. We'll head back up into the commentary box.
Thanks, Nicole. Yes, indeed, one race to go. The seniors will be showcasing what they have learnt over the course of this weekend, what they have prepared for this final battle of the weekend with Michael Zion and Veer Chopra on that front row of the grid. For Veer Chopra, great success. He's had 2 final wins out of the 5 finals we've had so far this year. Angelina Simmons, of course, won the first one out in Valencia. Then Casper Reipold won the second. Veer Chopra won both of them in Greece. And then Jagrat Detroja has won the next round, the last round yesterday for that final. Could there be a new final winner in the form of Michael Zion, or will Veer Chopra look for his 3rd final win of the season? That is what we will wait to see as Nicole Sutherland collapses in the commentary box chair back in the commentary box here, probably thinking it's rather warm a little bit out there. But the question still remains, however warm it is in the air, the track action is going to be hotter as we are moments away from seeing if we're going to have a brand new final winner here. So far, as we've mentioned, we've had 4 different final winners out of the 3 rounds. Can we get a 5th different final winner here in the form of Michael Zion, or the likes of Bruno Blanco, or the likes of Elias Leman or Sophia Sage. You just don't know. 2 of those final winners are inside that top 6. Engines fire up then. Green flag waves as everyone trying to keep up. One of the mechanics trying to race the karts there at the side. I think that's Vanessa Shilkinator's mechanic
Petrus.
there. Yeah, Petrus is trying to race the karts on the line. Good effort. Not good enough, though.
Well, Petrus is equally as fast in a car, dabbles in the world of car racing now and again, but I don't think on the Shoelace Express you're going to catch up with one of those.
No, I don't think so either. Right then, the grid is cleared. Mechanics head back to their grandstand. I think that's what they're running for, really, is to try and get the prime spot. Yeah, it's to get the spot in the grandstand ready to help their drivers out.
Yeah, because as well, these mechanics find a spot earlier on in the weekend and try and stay there because the driver will get used to where they've got to look to find the mechanic. You know, if it's the case they're finding a different spot every time, the driver's getting distracted and thinking, well, where are you? I can't see the signals that look like you're doing the YMCA anyway, but still can't find you.
I still don't believe they're actually paying attention to them at all over the course of the race.
You'd be surprised. You know, you actually, with the mechanic or with the team manager, of course, not in this setup, but typically, you do have your signals, your secret signals, and you do know what it means. But when there's so many mechanics stood together, it's so difficult to work out, you know, who's who and whose arm belongs to who.
Yeah, indeed. Well, I think we're going to need subtitles for the arm signals every now and then over the course of racing. That would be quite fun.
Should we do a race where we commentate on what's being said with the signals?
We will have to do it. I think there is an explainer video out there about hand signals, but we will, we'll try and see what we can do there. Right then, we're not far away from getting this one started. De Troja still leads the points. This is really strong for him. However, his starting position here is a little further down than I think he would like, but it's not the end of the world. He is only on that 4th row of the grid, so still very, very, very possible.
Absolutely. So this circuit, very interesting indeed. 1.2 kilometres for our drivers. This is the longest race they've had so far this weekend. This would, of course, be your fastest class. Event record set by, of course, our pole sitter of Michael Zions earlier on today, who now sits on pole and has not been taken off of that top spot so far today.
Right, here we go. Round that final turn into the tram lines. Are we racing? Last race of the day. It's lights out, fights on then in the seniors towards turn 1. Good start again for the inside line, but watch the outside line there. Oh, Chopra tried to do it there. It wasn't going to happen, though, as they climb up the hill for the first time. Big moments there, and unfortunately, 2 karts facing the wrong way at the start. That is up the hill. That is turn 4 on the track, and that's not gone well at all there for Oliver Rodman-Hodge and Inya Rostad, unfortunately, who were caught out there. And there's more. Arsan Jolovic and Nikodemo Seki have been caught out in an incident as well.
Yeah, I think there was a big hit there for Inya Rostad. Massive shame to see the driver of Norway there experience that with the second of the Norwegians in the field of Oliver Rogmo-Hodge. Both drivers were having very good weekends indeed. Here comes Warwick Milam. Warwick Milam back into the fight for the second time this weekend, rounded out his day yesterday with a P6 in a competition that we have not seen him in so far this year. Bit of context around Warwick Milam won, of course, the Champions of the Future Academy Programme eSports Series.
That is, I think, the man you're talking about right there, unfortunately. No, that's Oliver Rogmo-Hodge, sorry, he's trying to get restarted. Is getting through very similar helmet that they've got. But, as you were saying.
Yeah, well, Warwick Milam, of course, eSports champion in this series, has then come into this weekend, and now you can find him in the business end of your field, just looking on at this battle that remains wide open for P2. Chopra on the defence, fending off Bruno Blanco, Casper Reipold and Elias Leman. Here comes Reipold, trying to give it a go and trying to find his way past there. Leman, who said to me on the grid walk he's going to do his best, and for the time being his best on the road is a P4. In the background starts to get a little bit busy there. Marcelo Sumpsal making some positions, as is Damien Bays. There's more drivers out there for drivers.
Beatrice Costa
this time,
and Franco Escotto.
Exactly that. The driver of Portugal and the driver of Mexico make themselves the 5th and 6th to not go any further and to have their last race stopped.
Quite a few retirements now in the first opening phase of this one, as Simmons has got past Gabby Teixeira. Bratton has got past Matijevic as well, so that's Changed there for 8th and for 14th place on track. And still, these trains starting to open up. But Zion in a comfortable position here. Chopra and Blanco still looking at a podium for the time being. And they have got a little bit of a breakaway from the chasing pack, which when I say chasing pack, I mean the entire rest of the field from 4th place down to 29th.
So, winners so far. 5 different final winners in total for OKN Seniors. Valencia, Simmons and Reipold. Greece, Chopra twice, as Detroit rounded out his day in that top spot. So we're maybe looking at finding another driver take those honours here today. Zion's. Of course, it would not be his first podium because he's had a P3 and a P2 yesterday. But for Zion's, good stuff, and actually helps him when it comes to the points in your virtual championship. He's not out the woods yet, however, because Bruno Blanco is chasing down on Veer Chopra, who's chasing down on Zion's. They are 1, 2 and 3. Those 3 drivers not losing or gaining anything just yet, as we'll watch a bit of a replay. So this was the moment there for the 2 Norwegian drivers, Oliver Rogmo Hodge and Ina Rostad. Yeah, big moment, of course. These drivers very lucky to get away with that big damage on board that Nasso panel of Ina Rostad, and I think a bit of a hit to the helmet potentially for her as well.
I think more the hands there, of course, when of course a natural driver reaction is to cover your face. Unfortunately, when you've got a helmet on, that's what the helmet's for. You keep your hands in a safer spot there, and of course put them into the danger zone. And that cart going over the top, that's a very scary moment. I do hope Ina Rostad is okay there from that incident. Veer Chopra, very quick indeed on that lap, is starting to maybe close that gap up here on Michael Zion. 0.3 of a second is that gap, and there is that lead fight on your screen. Zion's not breaking away right now.
No, Zion's actually not being allowed to bolt off, but for Veer Chopra, he can't sit there for too long. You know, this track, it just doesn't work when you sit behind the driver. As soon as you can, you've got to go in. But of course, this circuit in itself has got a balanced mix of fast bends, tighter corners. So for those overtakes, these drivers have got to deploy some bravery out there. Zion's, Chopra, Blanco. Then we have Elias Leman, Jaguar Troja and Casper Reipold, as Zion's actually says to the rest of the field, you know what, catch me if you can, because I'm not going to let off here in this final race. I'm going to take my first win of the year.
Certainly is, and he's proving that now as getting squeezed out there as Vanessa Chilconator just squeezes through as they go up the hill. One driver losing out a fair few spots there. I think that might be Emil Bratton who lost out there to Matijevic, Sera Kojima and Vanessa Chilconator at that point. There is a championship fight on at this moment. I know we're only round 3, but Jaguar Troja there in 5th place is trying to keep in the lead of the points. Only a lead of 1 point at the moment between themselves and Chopra, and that is constantly changing lap after lap between those two. Right, here's hand signals. What's that one mean? Keep moving forward.
Push.
Push,
focus,
yes.
lock in, push. Well, we just said about 3 different things that
Yeah,
that
we
could
did.
mean.
There's something.
It wasn't very specific, was it?
It's not. No, there it goes. Like hands. That's what he's saying. Bruno Blanco now the fastest driver out there. 54.440. And again, it is just continuing to go down that line here. They are all matching each other's pace. It's still 0.3. We'll keep a close eye on it, but those top 3 certainly looking like they want to be the main contenders on that podium. Detroit is still there in P5 is still the points leader by 1 point, but every time that Chopra crosses the line, he moves forward, and then of course then we see Detroit come through. Tatiana Alexieva's race is over. Unfortunately, it's going to pick up a technical flag out on circuit. Also has been given a 5 second for causing a collision, but that is the least of her worries, of course, that she will have to retire from the race.
Yeah, so Alexieva there will join Beatrice Costa, Escotto, Rogmo Hodge, Rostad Jolovic and Nikodem Osechi. So we're now up to 6 drivers who will not complete this one. Angelina Simmons has gone under the radar a little bit today then. We've spoken about her a couple of times. Here she comes on your screen. She's now found her way through on Casper Reipold. So Simmons, I would say, has been hiding a thing or two so far. She's just been a bit of an underdog this weekend, but now finds herself knocking on the door of the top 5. Reipold there, however, hot on her heels, so she's not out and away just yet. And then you've got Warwick Milam looking at this fight, and for Milam, He's in a really good track position in the sense that he's got nobody ahead of him to push on dirty, hot air in front. Then he's got really nobody behind him to apply that mental challenge on his shoulders and get him to maybe crack or rattle under some pressure. Halfway race distance for these drivers done and dusted now. Michael Zions, however, is not bothered by that, continues to light things up. He, of course, holds the event record for the field. And let's not forget, your entire senior field here, Anthony, in quali was separated by less than a second. Every single driver, and of course we've got 35 in total, was only 0.888 between the field.
It was incredibly close in time qualifying, showing the similarities between the karts here. Indeed, the parity between the machines. And you know, the Kart Republic team do a great job of delivering these machines. The IAME team do a brilliant job of getting the engines prepared for the drivers as well, and of course the mechanics putting it all together, keeping it nice and close, which is great to see. And that's why we see these close battles here in this championship. We see these fights up there. The only challenge that they've got to get used to is getting the overtake done on them.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course every driver has got Vega bolted on as well, so there is complete parity and everybody on equal machinery. Some, of course, a little bit more used to it than others, like Angelina Simmons and Bruno Blanco out there. They do typically tend to use Kart Republic and IAME machinery elsewhere, but within the field, everybody on that equal opportunity. Zions, Chopra, Bruno Blanco, still no change there, still no reduce in the gap between Chopra and Zions. He actually now, in fact, goes up to just over 0.4 of a second. Alias Leman, Jaguar Detroija and Simmons still 4, 5 and 6. As this is still a bit of an undecided battle further back. Oh, Tatiana Aglesiva, black flag.
Has not adhered to that technical flag out there. And,
points-wise, it's not going to help.
No, it's not indeed. And that's going to be, well, that's going to lose out on a lot of points, unfortunately, over the course of this one. And that is such a shame. The scrap, though, that is still chewing down the rest of the field, though, big move is still happening. Leodikis is broken into the top 10. He's on a 10-place gain, currently there in P9. Everyone else as well doing a good job. Emilia Pauli, Manuel Caseda, all gaining 10 places as well as the rest of the field. Still, we watch this. This is looking a bit closer now for the fights at the front. Blanco on the bumper of Veer Chopra as they head up the hill. Could Blanco make a move here for second place?
Well, Blanco round this circuit has done lap after lap. He's got a lot of track knowledge under the hood there, so maybe he could suss out an opportunity. Now the gap still stands between these two drivers as just under a tenth and a half as Michael Zion, sector number 1, goes purple once more. So he's still pushing, he's still on the absolute limit. Elias Leman then leads this second train of karts, which has still got Jaguar Detroija and Angelina Simmons involved. But as it stands, virtual championship-wise, despite Detroija being sat further back in that P5, still owns the lead of those points. Quite crucially, only by 1. Him and Chopra, for the time being, are separated by just 1 on that score sheet. Zion's still pushing out there. He holds things at over 0.4 of a second. There you can visibly see by your eye, you know, that gap is actually not even being reduced on towards the entrance of these corners. So Chopra not pushing too much on the entrance and on the brakes. He's actually, you know, lapping very similar and trying to stay calm out there, because if he makes a mistake, he's going to have Blanco all over him.
This is Detroija here for position. He's trying to close in to Angelina Simmons. This overtake cements his points lead in the standings here. This is a quite important little fight for him right now. If Chopra, of course, if he drops back, that's a better help. If Chopra goes forward, that is going to be even more help for Chopra. But that is the question that we have to wait and see. For the moment, everyone just eyeing up potential moves here and there. This is a fast circuit. It is a demanding circuit. There's not a lot of rest time. You're constantly attacking the kart. It makes it a challenge not only for a driver to keep the kart on the road, but also thinking about where to get these overtakes done. You can do it. It is possible. but the attempts, they have to be 100%. And if you're not 100% on the overtake, it can just fall apart for you. It's why it's such a challenging circuit. It is why it is a beloved one for many drivers, purely for the sheer challenge it is to go racing on.
Absolutely, indeed. Of course, this track has been challenging drivers now for 19 years. This weekend has challenged 35 OKN seniors in a weekend that is mentally just as difficult as it is physically. These drivers at this stage of the weekend are absolutely hanging on to these karts. Of course, they've had a long run of practices earlier on in the weekend. Friday, they had a full day of racing yesterday, now a full day of racing here on Sunday with, of course, those early morning warm-up sessions, time qualifying, 2 qualifying heats, and now this final, which is their longest run of the weekend. It's, of course, 21, almost 22 kilometres in distance. These drivers are sweating in these conditions that now reach 33 degrees. Really difficult for them out there. They need to stay hydrated in between the races. Lots of food, lots of water to really stay locked in. And that's what you're seeing probably mostly from the likes of Zions Chopra and Bruno Blanco, who have stayed inside of the top 10, make it actually the top 5 all weekend. Mechanics still look on eagerly at their drivers, still looking for them to make up some positions. But now we do head on to lap number 16 of this race, which still sees Veer Chopra at the lead of the Virtual Championship, has now gained himself a couple more points within this race with positions gained. They were separated, him and Jatroja, by 1 point just a couple of laps ago, but now they're separated by 3. Simmons has done a good job so far this weekend. She's now promoted herself up the order and sits P6 ahead of Vanessa Schilkenator, but on the road sits just outside of that podium. There you can see the Spanish driver who's in what will be some of her last kart races. Of course, will jump into the world of single-seaters next year, has already in fact started testing, but she's doing a good job so far this weekend to chase down championship-wise. Drivers pushing, drivers on the limit, and we'll be hoping that this race quite quickly comes to an end, because this is a test of the best, and the best so far today has been Michael Zions, who now heads out of the final corner to see the last lap notification. Fantastic job. Ever since time qualifying, it was on the penultimate lap of quali that he lit things up, took that fastest lap, took the event's record, then headed through those 2 qualifying heats, leading lights to flag, and looks to replicate that again in this final, and looks to make himself the 5th different final winner so far this year. Actually, I think make it the 6th different final winner in your senior category.
Certainly could. This, though, fighting still on, as that is an important battle there on your screen. The fight for second. Chopra and Blanco on this final lap continue to pile on that pressure, but Chopra held on for the last moment. Zions across the line will be your 5th final winner of the 2026 season. Michael Zions has finally done it. He had to wait for round 3 here in Italy, but the young man from Poland has delivered a final result he needed. Chopra will take 2nd. Blanco will take 3rd in their last lap battle. Simmons crosses the line P4 ahead of Elias Laman. That's a great drive for Angelina Simmons. 8 places gained. Strong result, but it took her the 17 laps she needed to do that, and just misses out on a podium for her hard efforts.
There has been some talent displayed here in Viterbo at Event 3 of the Champions of the Future Academy programme. In every category, drivers have taken 2 qualifying heat wins, and then they have moved on to take the final win. Chester Fawkes in your Mini 60, Nicolo Perico in OKN Junior, and now Michael Zions in OKN Senior. What a day of racing here in Italy. Zions from Chopra, from Bruno Blanco, they are your top 3, with all 3 drivers inside of that podium spot, not losing or gaining anything this afternoon in that final. Simmons for Spain rounds out her day with an 8th-place gain to finish in P4 ahead of Elias Laman, who starts and finishes in that 5th spot. P6 is taken by Kasper Reipold, with Jagrat de Troja confirming P7. Warwick Milam, on his first appearance in the Champions of the Future Academy programme, finishes his weekend of finals with a P6 and now a P8. Emmanuel Leodikis makes up 10 places to be in P9, with your top 10 finished off by Sophia Sage. Gabi Texera, Jan Mikoleshko, Silas Ellefson, Sierra Kojima and Vanessa Shilkinator stopped their weekend inside of the top 15, with Marcel Matjuic, Emilia Wiszomirska, Roberto Bas, Emil Bratton and Jose Schreimer being the last drivers inside your top 20. Assumpção, Benito, Bays, Pauli and Caseda stop in the top 25, with the last of your finishers being Adam Reiberts, Clelia Sordu, Tatiana Alexieva and Eric Kalowski. Of course, Tatiana Alexieva actually produced with a black flag, so she will be out. And talking of out within that race is Costa, Escotto, Oliver Rogmo-Hodge, Ina Rustad, Arsen Jolovic and Nikodem Osechi.
Indeed. What a fight that is then for the field for Michael Zion. He saw a podium in Valencia when he finished P3. Now here, he can stand on that top step and holds on to third in the points. But it is Veer Chopra now who leads the way. That overtake from Kasper Reipold and Jagrat Detroja in that race has put Detroja to second in the points by now 7, with just 2 races to go. Reipold still there fourth from Emmanuel Leodikis, who holds on to P5 ahead of Angelina Simmons, who now steps up to 6th with that result. Vanessa Shilkinator 7th from Elias Laman, Gabi Texera and Bruno Blanco, who will round out the top 10 in the point standings at the end of that one. Superb driving from the field, and this is how it all transpired in that race. You can see a little bit shaky there in the midfield. Vanessa Shilkinator having to be squeezed down to the grass on the inside and having a very near moment there. Very strong start for Veer Chopra to try and carry that speed around the outside, but Michael Zion really had that from the word go. This very dramatic moment at the start, which caught out 4 drivers, most including Inya Rustad there, who I do hope is okay. That is quite an impact that she had there. Did cut herself out. Oliver Rogmo-Hodge, Arsen Jolovic and Nikodem Osechi, who were all caught out. There you can see Rogmo-Hodge tried to get it restarted, but could not do so. Later, Franco Escotto and Beatriz Costa became the last retirements in the race. And then from that one, it was 29 karts that went on to the very end of that race, with the last few overtakes happening relatively early on in the race. This was kind of the midway point, lap number 10 of the race, and a few moments here or there. This on the final lap, though, this attempt for Bruno Blanco, valiant attempt, had the inside line, but loving the defensive posture here from Veer Chopra, carried it round the outside, absolutely denying that chance to get through into second place, while Michael Zion is going to look at his first final win of the 2026 season. And as you can see from that picture, very, very happy with it.
Absolutely has been a superstar today ever since time qualifying. And that concludes your weekend of racing here in Viterbo for Event 3 of the Champions of the Future Academy Programme International Series, because of course we still have 2 rounds left to go, with the next heading back to Spain, back to the Aspar circuit in Valencia. That, of course, we will have to wait for until early September, but a good circuit indeed to provide a brand new test to these drivers, a track nobody probably would have seen before in careers. We head to Valencia before we then conclude our championship series in Franciacorta in Italy in late November. That is your calendar. Of course, we have seen those changes in the calendar, changes that are still going to see some excited races indeed.
They certainly are. Myself, Anthony Jordan and Nicole Sutherland, thank you so much for joining us, but don't go anywhere just yet. Podiums are coming up very soon, hopefully around about on the hour, so maybe in about 20 minutes time you will see us there to celebrate the winners from the finals. We'll see you in a few. Don't go anywhere. Bye for now. Well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience. We are now ready to start the podium presentations here for the second day of racing for the Champions of the Future Academy program. And I know it's warm. I know it's been a long old day, and I know a lot of us want to get home. So we'll power through this. We'll start, as always, with Mini 60 and the Mini 60 under 10s. Please welcome onto the podium, finishing in third place in class, 12th overall, 15.3 seconds behind the race leader for Mexico. Please give a huge round of applause for Cesar Baradas. In second position, overall in class, 9th overall, 10 seconds behind the race leader, representing the United Arab Emirates. Please give it up for Samar Chopra. And your class winner in Mini 60 under 10, finishing 6th overall on a 2-place gain, representing Austria. Give it up for Anna Macom. A superb effort for our Mini 60 under 10s. Please welcome race director for the series, Martin Bean, onto the podium to present the winners' medals. Firstly, of course, heading to third position, Cesar Baradas, who's had a brilliant run over the course of the day. 4 places gained in that final. Samar Chopra receiving another medal this season, 2nd place overall in the Mini 60 under 10 category. And then, of course, the winners' medal heading to Anna Macom, who again delivers a fantastic result, gaining 2 places overall and to round out the top 6 at the end of a very busy day. Martin, if you'd like to join them for a photo, don't disappear on us just yet. There we go. Thank you. Nice big smiles for all of the photographers out there. And then we'll ask all of you to stand on that top step of the podium as well. So if you want to squeeze in nice and close, Martin, you can join as well. And again, nice big smiles at the end of the racing here. Round 3's action at the Leopard circuit in Viterbo has certainly delivered once again. The wonderful venue here and the beautiful weather, as we can't wait to come back in later years gone by. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for Mini 60 under 10s. We now turn our attention over to the Mini 60 category, the top 3 in the class, and a very busy race it was indeed, finishing 5.9 seconds at the very end behind the race leader, only losing 1 place, representing Greece after pole position this morning. It's Philippos Troulis. In second position, gaining the 1 spot in the final, representing Italy after 13 laps, it's Matteo Pellin. And please welcome, finishing in first place, representing the United Kingdom in the 863 machine, his first final win of the season, it's Chester Fox. A great end to the racing for the top 3 in Mini 60. If possible, please do stand for the national anthem of Great Britain. Big round of applause for your top 3 in the Mini 60 final. Once again, please welcome race director for the series, Martin Bean, to present the winners' trophies. Firstly, heading to third position, Philippos Troulis, who delivered a great result in time qualifying, putting it on a P1. Matteo Pellin receiving a second place trophy. A great result for the Italian, delivering here at the Viterbo circuit. And Chester Fox will be collecting his race winners' trophy trophy after a superb end to the racing here on Sunday, delivering great results. And Martin does remember this time he has got a photo opportunity ahead of him. Drivers, if you can, lift those trophies as high up as you can in the air for me, please. Great stuff at the end of the racing here. Nice big smiles. And we'll get you all to squeeze up on that top step of the podium as well. All jump in nice and close. There we go. Martin joins as well at the end of a very busy day of racing in the sunshine. Celebrations all around for the field as they get ready to head, of course, to the Aspar circuit in Valencia, Spain. Right then, Martin, you can probably duck and cover at this point as we present the drivers with the bottles of non-alcoholic champagne. I will stress on that one. So, drivers, if you want to pop the trophies or helmets in a safe place there, maybe but underneath the podium somewhat, and we'll present these bottles and we'll get yourselves ready. So, are we ready? Are we steady? 3, 2, 1, champagne! And there for Mini 60, a great end to their racing. And for Chester Fawkes, a great end to his one. And I'm going to jump in to have a chat with Chester. Chester, don't disappear just yet. Come and join me over here. Thank you very much, guys. Don't you dare, Philippos. I can see that cheeky look at you. Neither you either. Right. Chester, a great end to the racing, and you've got a nice smile on your face at the end of it. That's what it's all about, isn't it? Tell us how you're feeling after that victory.
Yeah, I feel great. It's always good to have a win, so yeah.
Tell us about what it's been like to race on the track here. Hot conditions, but how was the track for you? Fierce, but fun?
Yeah, very fun, very grippy, very hot, but yeah.
Well, excellent stuff at the end of this one, and a victory now for you in the International Series. What's the plan now? What are you going to do?
Not sure yet.
Go to bed?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, it's been a long old day. Chester Fawkes, well done. Big round of applause for Mini 60. Well, we'll quickly turn our attention over to the juniors while the helmets get and trophies cleared away. If there are any parents or family or friends, you can assist your drivers at this point because, of course, yeah, helmets and all that. So we will do that to clear that one away. Don't forget your trophy, Philippos. And thank you for not spraying me with champagne. Thank you. Good end to the racing there. We'll move over to the juniors. And again, very strong performance for the juniors in the racing here at the Leopard circuit in Viterbo. And as always, we'll start with third place, representing Switzerland, finishing 7.8 seconds behind the race leader at the very end. Huge round of applause to Zoltan Koini. Another strong result for this next driver, coming all the way from the Philippines. He's not been on track since the last round out in Greece, but he finds himself on the podium here in Italy. 1.7 seconds behind the race near the end. Huge round of applause to Axel Nocom. And finally, your final winner for day 2. He stood on the top spot yesterday, and now he creeps inside the top 10 in the championship standings for Italy. Give it up for Nicolo Perico! Well, a great end to the racing here, and if you are able, please do stand for the national anthem of Italy. big round of applause for your junior finalists here at the Leopard Circuit in Viterbo. Please welcome onto the podium the owner of the Leopard Circuit here, Barbara Moraschini, to present the winners' trophies. Firstly, heading to Zoltan Koini, who once again delivers a great result and is still very close in that championship fight. The second place trophy heading once again to Axel Nocom, delivering a great result once more, despite not having any track action since that second round. And of course, the winner's trophy once again heading to Nicolo Perico, delivering great results once more here at the Leopard Circuit. And again, drivers, if you can, lift those trophies nice and high up in the air for me, please. It's been a long old day in the warm sunshine, but a great effort at the end. And then we'll squeeze you all on the top step of the podium. One big final group photo at the end of the racing here to deliver the end to the first half of the season. We'll head into the second half, of course, to the Aspar circuit and then to Franciacorta for the final round and the title decider. Nice big smiles once again to all the members of the media out there. Thank you very much to our top three. But Barbara, at this point, you might want to run away because we're going to give the bottles of champagne to the drivers now. And this is where it gets a little bit messy and helmets and trophies getting put into a safe spot. So right then, drivers, are we ready? Are we steady? 3, 2, 1, champagne! Well, great result for Nicolo Perico, Axel Nocom, Zoltan Koini celebrating a podium here as Nicolo drops his bottle there. Nicolo, if you're not too busy... Great stuff. No, don't you dare. Right, Nicolo, come on this side. Come on this side for me. Over here, come on. Join me. Right, Nicolo, that, you take a seat. I'm not going to sit down on that. It looks a bit sticky. Nicolo, great result for you. That's 2 finals out of 2 here in Viterbo. The smile on your face says it all. Tell us your thoughts.
Oh, yeah, pretty happy. Today we won also qualifying, so happier than yesterday. But yeah, I really want to thank everyone, Dino, that organized everything, my family, my sponsor, everyone, Mercedes as well. And yeah, we just did a strike.
Yeah, great job from you over the course of this weekend. Well done. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for your juniors. Well, one final grid to go over then for the senior class A. Once again, a very busy day of racing that saw some dramatic moments throughout, but as always, we'll start with third position. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge round of applause in his first appearance in the Champions of the Future Academy Programme International Series here in Italy, finishing just 1.5 seconds off the race leader. Give it up for Italy's Bruno Blanco! The second position is going to be heading to a man who certainly enjoys standing on the podium in the 2026 season, finishing 1.3 seconds behind the race leader, representing the United Arab Emirates. Give it up for Veer Chopra! And finally, your race winner, making it now your 5th different final winner of the 2026 season. His first win of the season, representing Poland. Give it up for Michael Sions! Once again, great end to the day for the drivers here as we will now listen to the national anthem of Poland. Big round of applause to your finalists in the OKN Senior category. We'd now like to welcome once again owner of the Leopard circuit here onto the podium, Barbara Moraschini, to present the winners' trophies. Firstly, heading to Bruno Blanco, who will come away with a superb third-place finish at the end of the weekend. Veer Chopra coming away with another superb podium in the 2026 season, this time with a P2. And Michael Zahn as well, taking his second podium of the season, but this time standing on that top step of the podium. Well, once again, drivers, if can, lift those trophies for me nice and high up into the sky here in the Italian sunshine. And there we go. We'll get all the photos there. So one driver left to lift it up. There we go. And then we'll all get you to join on that top step of the podium as well if you want to jump in nice and close at the end of the racing. One final thing to do, smiles, and then, of course, we'll present those bottles of champagne to the drivers after a very busy day of racing, which, of course, the season is not over. 2 more rounds to go for the seniors as they'll head as well to Valencia, to the Aspar circuit, and then, of course, to northern Italy, just outside Milano, to the Franciacorta circuit. Right then, drivers, if the helmets and trophies are in a safe space, we'll present you with the bottles of champagne. So, if we are ready, if we are steady, 3, 2, 1, champagne! Well, there we have it for the seniors. So Michael Zion, the 5th different final winner of the season. A great effort for him and a great effort for the country of Poland as well, who come away with another man on that top step. Bruno, well done. Michael, I'm going to come and have a quick chat with you. I'll stand this side. Michael, you stood on the podium in Valencia, and it was a great feeling for you there. You had your friends and family and smiles all around. Now, though, you're on the top step. Tell us the feeling of standing finally on that P1 spot.
Yeah, the feeling is really great, and the thing that I absolutely dominated this day, so that makes it even better.
Yeah, it certainly did, all the way throughout, from qualifying all the way through. But tell us, the last 2 rounds coming up, and still very close in that championship fight, and you were standing with some of those rivals on the podium. Do you think it could be possible with Aspar, a new circuit that I think a lot of drivers haven't raced on yet, and, of course, Franciacorta, which is well known by many?
Yeah, obviously I haven't raced in Aspar, but I've closed up the gap this weekend, so there is pretty big chances that I can fight for the win in the championship in Franciacorta.
Well, we will see that. Well done, Michael, and we'll see you there for those last 2 rounds. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff. Well, there we have it then. Racing done and dusted here for the champions of the future Academy Program round 3 here at the Leopard circuit in Viterbo, Italy. As mentioned, 2 more rounds to go when we head to Spain to the Aspar circuit. Brand new unknown territory for the drivers, and then, of course, the fabled Franciacorta circuit in the northern parts of Italy. From myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland, it's goodbye for now. We'll see you in Spain.